All right, good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order, our May 20th, 2019 meeting. My name is Rick Cruz. I'm chair of the Public Charter School Board, and I'm joined this evening by my colleagues on my right, Steve Bumbaugh, Ricardo Ganjam. On my left here, Saba Barreda, our vice chair, Leah Cruci, and our executive director, Scott Pearson. We have our sixth board member, Naomi Shelton, joining us a little bit late this evening. I also have her proxy votes if for some reason she's further delayed. But with that, before we start this evening's meeting, I wanted to offer a few reflections on chartering in DC and some of the decisions before us this evening. As you can tell, today's a big meeting for a lot of schools or potential schools on the agenda. While not the only matter on the agenda this evening, the big focus tonight is on the board's votes on the 11 new charter applications. And these applications, as many in this room will attest to, represent quite literally years of effort on the part of founding groups and leaders. Several individuals here, or soon to be here this evening, have stepped down from full-time roles at other schools and organizations to focus 100% on developing what it turns out to be a number of innovative approaches to serving the district students. And it's important to note that these individuals are parents, teachers, and many are our neighbors. So I wanted to start off by thanking them all for their commitment. Couldn't think of a finer example of civic engagement on behalf of our city than the work that so many of you have done. I hope you'll also appreciate the significant investment of PCSB staff and board time in an effort to evaluate the proposals before us. It's pretty amazing. Almost 6,000 pages of applications, 25 hours of public hearings and capacity interviews, not counting this evening, 250 plus letters of support from community members, education leaders, experts, and parents. And all of this, of course, now a matter of the public record, which you may find on our website. I speak for my fellow board members when I say that we appreciate all the feedback we received, and even when we may disagree, we're thankful for the vigorous debate. I'd like to take a few moments to address a few particular comments made over the last 30 days, as well as an analysis we received last Wednesday from the Deputy Mayor for Education. Again, all information that you will find online as a matter of the public record. To start with, I'll at least begin with the core belief that I hold, that every child deserves an excellent education and that every family deserves access to quality schools, no matter where they live in the district. Several people testifying at our April board meeting argued that there was in fact little need for new schools. They cited data about under-enrollment in many schools. They noted a risk that more charter schools could destabilize existing schools, and they raised the specter of inefficiently spreading taxpayer dollars thinly rather than concentrating monies on fewer schools. And while we certainly appreciate them sharing their perspectives, I'd like to offer up a different narrative. Capacity utilization is certainly one factor to consider, but the most important consideration for the PCSB is school quality and parent choice. This was something wholly absent from much of the public testimony we received in opposition to further charter approvals, and it was also missing from the DME analysis. It means little to us and even less to many of DC's families to hear that there are thousands of seats available at schools that boast poor academic results. Again, our objective is to ensure that every family has quality school choices. And when you look at the landscape through this particular lens, we still have far to go. Let me take high schools, for example. The DME analysis speaks of 5,277 unfilled high school seats. Now that's a lot. However, looking through a quality lens, the story is quite different. Between public charter schools and DCPS, there are 9,774 3, 4, or 5-star high school seats, while there are 12,749 public high school students, meaning that there is a demand for nearly 3,000 more seats in quality schools. Not surprisingly, every one of these 3, 4, or 5-star schools are over-enrolled. Indeed, public charter high schools that earned 3 or more stars have a total wait list of 1,737 students. For the sake of the families on those wait lists, we cannot ignore these numbers. If our common objective is to close the achievement gap and ensure all of our children are prepared for a happy and productive life, we simply can't overlook the quality of those schools because seats are unfilled. Any consideration of the need for new schools must consider the quality of the schools we already have. Now, I'm going to stop there for a second, and I should say that defining a quality bar at 3 stars is inexact. There are pockets of excellence and good people at all schools, and yes, schools should be given the chance to improve. But the argument that public charter schools hurt existing schools and hurt their ability to improve is just not one that I can accept. The period of DCPS's most significant improvement happened precisely during the most significant growth in the charter sector. And a former DCPS chancellor actually said in council testimony that competition from charter schools was a spur to improvement. We've seen with our own eyes that schools can improve at any size. PCSB and this board have long been on record as supporting a strong neighborhood system of schools. Since our executive director and former board chair published this view in the Washington Post 4 years ago, charter market share has barely budged and remains below 50%. I personally take great issue with comments to the effect that all we care about is market share. That's categorically incorrect. Unless anyone forget, we close poor performing schools as we have this year. Next year, there will be no more charter LEAs than there were 4 years earlier. Furthermore, it might surprise people to know that there will be 3 new DCPS campuses next year and just 1 additional public charter school campus. Our growth has been and will continue to be responsible. However, growth is essential if we intend to meet our mission of offering every family quality, innovative, non-selective, admission-free schools in our growing city. Now, allow me to spend a few moments on that last fact. The student population in DC is indeed growing. According to the Office of Planning, the number of school-aged children in the district will rise by 13,500 students from 2020 to 2025. And there are few scenarios in which approvals of new charter schools would come close to exceeding even half of the projected growth in students. I'd like to thank the DME for its initial effort to fulfill one of the action items coming out of the cross-sector task force in 2018, and PCSB is committed to working with the DME and DCPS to establish a common view of the education landscape. We're not quite there yet, however. The DME report and others repeatedly cite figures of overcapacity. These figures come from the DME's master facility plan. I can't speak to the accuracy of the data for DCPS, but I can do so for public charter schools. In a nutshell, they overstate the capacity of our schools. I'm going to provide just one example of this, Creative Minds Public Charter School. The master facilities plan shows the capacity for this school as 639 students, and that's based on the size of its building. Given that the school's enrollment is 460, the facilities plan concludes that the school is at just 69% of capacity. But the school is actually at its enrollment ceiling as set by PCSB and may not expand without our approval. It's just inaccurate to say there is excess capacity at the school. These kind of discrepancies arise repeatedly in the capacity calculations made in the facilities plan, to the point where we believe that they overstate charter school capacity by several thousand students. Finally, I want to address some other significant issues we have with the DME analysis. As the analysis itself notes, it makes no consideration at all of school quality or parent demand, something that renders it virtually useless from a practical perspective. The data presented also incorporate a number of speculative future growth calculations rather than grounding its analysis in charter approvals that we've already made. It erroneously focuses on small schools with the implications that these are subscale and cannot serve students well when there's no grounding for this. It focuses on enrollment in 2022 when this is only the first year that schools under consideration will open, and it ignores the ability of quality, innovative schools to change the nature of demand by retaining families in public schools and as district residents. Indeed, I've seen evidence that suggests independent school enrollment in recent years has decreased nearly 3%, in part due to the increased quality and options available in DC public schools. One final point regarding this analysis, and this one is a question of fundamental fairness. I noted earlier that DCPS will be adding several schools next year. Yet I'm not aware of a similar analysis, no rubric or evaluation that speaks to the decisions to open these new DCPS schools, such as their Bard Early College High School, or to expand Banneker High School. Are public charter schools alone in needing to make the case for growth? So I hope that provides some context for the considerations and the decisions we'll all be weighing this evening, decisions that will be made, as they have for years, on the basis of parent demand, school quality, and strength of application, not market share. So with that, we're going to turn to the first item on their agenda, as always, our public comment and the public hearing. And I'd like to start by inviting up our first three individuals who'd like to offer public comment. If you come up here to the right of us, or left stage, whatever it is, stage left. Tammy Tuck, Caroline Coleman, Jennifer Thorpe Lewis. Tammy Tuck, Caroline Coleman, Jennifer Thorpe Lewis. Great. As always, we'll give you 2 minutes each to share your comment. If there's anything you'd like to leave with us or to submit, you can do so at publiccomment@dcpcsb.org. Ma'am, if you'd like to start.
On, don't we? My name is Tammy Tuck, and I'm testifying in support of the Social Justice Schools Charter application. Before joining his founding board, I worked with Myron Long at E.L. Haynes for 5 years, from his leadership residency 9 years ago through the third of his 6 years as middle school principal. He has grown tremendously as a leader, including efforts around rolling out new curricula, providing effective coaching and PD, tracking, monitoring, and attaining academic goals, and making challenging decisions. Myron is a self-reflective, continuous learner. In addition to programs like Relay's Leverage Leadership Institute and the Camelback Ventures Fellowship, he seeks out collaboration and feedback from top education leaders. His experience in this professional reflection, research, and growth have culminated in the incredibly strong founding team he has built and the comprehensive plan we describe in our application. Our plan includes top-rated standards-aligned curricula such as illustrative mathematics and EL Education ELA, which is an extension of our expeditionary learning school model. Both programs have strong built-in supports for English learners, students with disabilities, and students not yet at grade level who may require scaffolding. Our plan also has intentional designs for students who need more. The response to intervention will provide all students access to core Tier 1 curriculum, leveraging supports grounded within the current grade standards. Based on continual monitoring, we will employ targeted, evidence-based Tier 2 and 3 interventions for those who need them. Our schedule allows for double blocks of ELA and math for interventions and additional small group instruction, and time for all teachers to be trained in the curriculum, interventions, and inclusive approaches like SIOP. A total of 5 dedicated SPED and ELL staff will serve our 150 first-year students. As a team, we believe our plan, when implemented, will succeed at a strong, intentionally built community based on empathy and inclusion, a rigorous instructional program for all students, and the meaningful application of both of these aims through social justice, creating an exemplary model that gets both culture and academics right. Gratefully, we are not alone in this belief. The Social Justice School has been awarded nearly $1 million in funding support to date. I urge you to approve our application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And if you want to leave that with us or email it to us if there's anything you didn't get to cover. Thank you. Yeah.
My name is Jennifer Thorpe Lewis. I'm the mother of 2 Latin students, a rising 9th grader and an incoming 5th grader. I'm the current president of the Washington Latin Public Charter School Parent Faculty Association and a proud Ward 6 DC native. I'm here to express my support for Washington Latin's proposal to open a second campus. As an engaged parent, I have diligently researched school choices in the DC area. I have been involved in school activities, and I have supported the school by chaperoning field trips and organizing events. Although I'm not a professional educator, I consider myself very aware of the necessity to find a sound, rigorous, and comprehensive learning environment to help my children obtain the best education possible. While few parents can honestly say they're 100% happy with every detail, every interaction of their chosen school, I have come closest to this ideal at Washington Latin. It was an answered prayer. Throughout the 4 years of Latin, I have been impressed with and grateful for the thoughtful, caring, and committed team of adults who provide the school's foundation in terms of what they teach my child academically and how they help him develop as a person. To borrow words of a current student, their unrelenting support makes a special difference difference in the lives of students and families. The classic model constantly encourages and pushes him towards thinking about more questions, sound reasoning, and communicating viewpoints in a way lost in this time. Thanks to small class sizes and the devoted faculty, they are able to give him and the other students a more differentiated instruction than in the public school system currently. I appreciate the diversity of the student body and the school coaches and their ability to bring us together as a close-knit community. As you're aware, parents talk a lot about schools. It's hard to get into a Tier 1 school. Families need access to high-quality middle and high schools in DC, or those who can leave will leave, and those who cannot leave will settle. We need Washington Latin. We need what they offer. We need not just quality schools, but we need Washington Latin. Please approve their second campus. Thank you.
Right under the 2-minute mark. Thank you. All right, another call for Caroline Coleman, then Yolandra Diallo, Martita Fleming, and Walter De Leon if Ms. Coleman is not here. Okay, that's okay. Then Yolandra Diallo, Martita Fleming, Walter De Leon.
Good evening. My name is Yolandra Plummer Diallo. My husband and I have a son who is currently attending Washington Latin Public Charter School. Our son entered Washington Latin Public Charter School in the 5th grade. Currently, he is in the 7th grade. Since attending Washington Latin Public Charter School, my husband and I have been amazed by the richness of our son's education. This is demonstrated by our son's daily interest and engagement in homework and classroom exercises with his peers. Our family supports the proposed growth plan. First, although school choice is currently in place, there needs to be more equitable access to choice. The expansion of Washington Latin Public Charter School will help expand this access. The second reason is that Washington Latin Public Charter School can serve as a model for other schools. The expansion will allow them to continue to develop innovative practices for serving diverse school communities. Finally, the growth plan will support efforts to recruit and enroll a diverse student population. This will increase both the student and teacher experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Martita Fleming, and I'm speaking in support of the charter amendment requested by Washington Latin Public Charter School. I'm a parent of a Latin 10th grader, and I am so grateful to this community of educators. They have provided my daughter with a challenging yet supportive environment which values her as a student and as a person. The Latin faculty daily feed her intellectual curiosity while helping her navigate adolescence to become a caring, thoughtful, and empowered individual. I know the classical values at Latin's core are building habits of mind and heart, which will allow her to face challenges with confidence and intelligence. My daughter came very close to not being at Latin at all. Her waitlist numbers in both 5th and 6th grades were well into the triple digits, and even taking advantage of the faculty and staff preference available by the time she was applying to 7th grade was not enough to get her a placement that fall. She was finally able to get a mid-year placement when a 7th grade family moved out of DC, and several families ahead of us on the wait list did not want a January transfer. And while it was certainly unusual and somewhat disruptive to her year, our family had no hesitation about the decision. When given an opening, we jumped at the chance. As a member of the Latin staff, and now a parent of a soon-to-be junior, I believe in this program to my toes. I want other families to have the opportunity to experience the warm and caring, yet rigorous and demanding program that Latin offers. I know how many families we have to turn away each year, and I know their frustration because for 2.5 years I was one of them. I strongly support being able to bring the education Latin offers to more students from all parts of DC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, folks. I want to thank members of the Public Charter School Board for allowing me to speak tonight in support of Washington Latin's request for 2 charter amendments to request to replicate its program and obtain an enrollment ceiling increase. There's a lot of reasons why I'm here tonight, and part of why is because I'm a proud alumnus of the school. I'm a former ANC here in DC, and it's someone who has supported the PCSB in the past by emceeing your summer graduation and speaking at the Terrific Awards last year. But the two biggest reasons why I'm here tonight is because I have two siblings who attend Washington Latin, and I care deeply about their education, and I care deeply that other children have the same opportunity to receive the great education that they're receiving and that I received while I was at Latin. So when I attended Washington Latin's Convivium last month, I was really shocked to hear that 2,500 people applied to Washington Latin in the fall of 2019, for the fall of 2019, which is a sharp increase from 1,800 applicants in the fall of 2017. But I was even more shocked to hear that of those applicants, there's only a little over 100 accepted each year due to the class size restrictions. So with all of Washington Latin's awards, its 6-year consecutive Tier 1 status, I'm really confident, it's great curriculum as well, I'm really confident in their ability to manage the expansion well and to serve even more children from all across the district. So this obvious demand from DC families, Latin's willingness to meet the demand and expand, plus the strong support that they receive citywide to do so, proves that now is the time for the DC Public Charter School Board to allow Latin to expand. So I hope your votes will reflect that tonight. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you all. We'll be hearing from the school in just a little bit. All right. Two last individuals on my public testimony list, Carolyn Hill and Sandra Phillips Gilbert.
Go ahead and start.
Yeah.
All right, I'll keep my comments brief in the interest of time. I want to open up my public comment with a quote from a book called The Lost Education of Horace Tate by Vanessa Siddall Walker. Dr. Siddall Walker writes, America's memory of courageous actors, legal justice, and civil rights is not incorrect. However, it is insufficient. It diminishes on record the role of Black educators, their organizations, and their leaders advocating for Black children in America's changing justice terrain. I would argue that right now that terrain is still ever-changing, and there's an opportunity to breathe new life into the justice imperative of public schools in Washington, D.C. Our school models must develop both a human's potential and their economic potential. And this means that relationships matter, relationships with the self, relationships with others, and relationships with the world. I trust that decisions tonight will be that exhale to buoy the networks of justice and public education in Washington, D.C. To the founders of the Social Justice School, Sojourner Truth School, Girls Global Academy, and I Dream Academy, and all the founders in the room, congratulations on realizing your own power to change the world.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, there'll be another public comment period for either Ms. Coleman or Ms. Phillips Gilbert if they join us. But as we have exhausted the current list, I am going to call up our staff, starting with Terry Quinn, to begin with some of our public hearing items.
Everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is LaTanya Henderson, and I'm the principal of Cedar Tree Academy Public Charter School. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Carla Bailey, and I'm the board chair at Cedar Tree Academy.
Good afternoon. I am Monica Ray, board vice chair.
And I'm Terry Quinn, senior manager on the school quality and accountability team for the Public Charter School Board. This is a public hearing to discuss Cedar Tree Academy Public Charter School's request to offer grades 1 to 3. If approved, Cedar Tree Academy will add first grade in school year 2020-2021 with 100 additional students. By school year 2022-2023, the school will offer pre-kindergarten through 3rd grade. The school does not need an enrollment ceiling increase, nor does it need a new facility because the school plans to stay where they're currently located. And obviously, we have representatives who are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Great. you want to start with some opening remarks?
Sure. I just would like to thank you all for allowing us this opportunity. Cedar Tree, we've been in existence for, excuse me, about 6 years now, and we have been Tier 1 ever since we will qualify for the tier rating. We have a wonderful program, and if you allow us, we will grow our program and be able to give these services to our kindergartners who will continue into our first grade, and then our first graders into second on to third. This request is at the demand of parents. We are here tonight because our parents are really, really requesting that we grow and continue to provide such a quality education to their children. So we hope that you will consider our application in the interest of our parents and the community that we serve.
Okay, thank you. Board members.
Congratulations on your continued success so far. I am curious, is your model going to change as you bring in the older students?
Our model will change very little because we will grow. We're focusing on our existing students. We believe that they will stay with us and move into our first grade program. We will continue to provide that rigorous education. We have developed a planning team. We've reviewed curriculum. We've selected a curriculum. We've made sure that it's in line with the standards. And we know that the quality program that we are offering now, we can also offer that to our first, second, and third graders.
How is enrollment looking for next year?
Our enrollment is amazing right now. We are over 300 enrolled already, which is this, and our goal is 360. This is the first time we've been this close to meeting our target so early. In our past years, we've always made enrollment. We are projected to make enrollment, if not exceed enrollment. So enrollment is going great.
I guess a corollary to that question, I was just looking at your re-enrollment rate, which is around 80%. Do you have a
Yep, that's part of the reason we're here at this table tonight. Our re-enrollment parents, they often have siblings. And so when your kindergartner has to leave because we don't offer first grade, you tend to take your 3-year-old or your 4-year-old student with you because you want your children in one central school. And we understand that need. That's a big reason why we're here tonight. Our parents are simply asking to keep their families together.
I think we hear time and again from schools looking to expand in any way that one of the greatest constraints is qualified teachers that want to teach in your school that meet your sort of culture and expectations. Tell me a little bit about how you're thinking about the expansion with regard from a staffing perspective.
Well, we have added a new instructional coach right now, and we've added people to look kind of a nationwide search more so than just local here in DC. We love our DC residents, and we would like to have a person from every university here in the city to come and teach at Cedar Tree. We also know that that's not always possible, so we've expanded our search to get the high quality teachers, but we also train our teachers very well when they come to us. We take them through some rigorous professional development, and it's ongoing all year round.
And switching gears a little bit, not to speak to teachers, but to the students' experience, what will you need to do to the existing facility, if anything, to accommodate the additional grades? And some schools create different academies for different grade levels. What's some of your thinking there?
That's another great thing about us. If you look at the history of our building, it used to accommodate 600 children in the same building that we're in now. So very little, nothing actually will have to be done to accommodate our first, second, and third graders. We've looked at furniture. Of course, everything we have to buy new furniture and new textbooks and all of those things. But facility-wise, we don't need to expand the facility. We have enough space to meet our growing need.
So Terry, this will be up for vote next month.
Yes.
And specifically we'll be voting on increasing the grades that they can serve.
Only grades served, right, because
Yeah,
the school does
again.
not require an enrollment ceiling increase.
Great. All right.
Yeah, and I want to thank you all for everything that you've done, and thank Terry for all of her support. And just a closing note, if you approve our request, you will be allowing families to continue to receive a very high-quality education in Ward 8. We're very excited about this opportunity and look forward to your vote.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll see you back here next month.
All right. Thank you, Terry.
Washington Latin. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good evening. I'm Diana Smith. I'm the principal of Washington Latin.
Good evening. I'm Peter Anderson. I'm head of school at Washington Latin.
Good evening. James Kelly, assistant principal at Washington Latin.
And I'm Ann Elizabeth Lovett. I'm the president of the Board of Governors at Washington Latin.
This is a public hearing to discuss Washington Latin Public Charter School's request to open a second campus in school year 2020-2021. If approved, Washington Latin will open the new school in school year 2020-21 with grades 5 through 6 to educate approximately 95 students in each grade. By school year 2026-27, the new campus will have between 720 and 730 students in grades 5 through 12. Washington Latin is a Tier 1 school that meets all of our requirements for expansion. At this point, Washington Latin has not identified a site for the proposed new school, so if approved, the school must return to PCSB on a later date for a public hearing regarding a new location. And obviously, we have the representatives here to answer any questions you may have.
Opening comments?
Yeah.
Thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity for us to come before you this evening. DC families are seeking high-quality public middle and high school choices in the city. This is reflected in the competition for the currently limited supply of such schools, including Washington Latin. We have the capacity to accept between 120 and 130 new students each year in our current campus. In each of the last 2 years, we've received over 2,000 applications, with this year's applicant count in excess of 2,500. Ours is a school that offers something different, a liberal arts college preparatory school with a classical mission, a school that is diverse by design. This is a model that is both important and attractive to families. We are a safe place for students, a destination for teachers, and an asset to our community. Despite our track record of success as a Tier 1 school, as a 5-star rated school, and as a school that consistently sends our graduates to a wide array of colleges and universities, including some of the country's most selective, we hope to make our program even more accessible, thus living even more deeply into our mission. We aspire to serve a greater percentage of at-risk and low-income students. Our track record with students with IEPs and our track record when we've had larger numbers of both at-risk and low-income students make us confident that we can have success with these students. We're developing new approaches to recruitment that will help us to attract more of these students. We're actively working to address discipline disparities between at-risk students and those not so classified, and between students with IEPs and those without. We're doing this through professional development and through alternative interventions with students, including peer mediations and more restorative justice methods ramped up in the second half of this school year. We're launching a trauma-informed care team next year and anticipate some personal changes, which will also help us in this regard. We're also focused on addressing the needs of our African-American males. This is an area of focus for this year and for future years through enhanced mentoring, tutoring, and counseling services, and through more targeted collaborative efforts with families. We hope to find a location in an area where there is a quality gap. We're looking at the research done by PCSB about green zones, and we're interested in locating one of those areas if possible. We're also committed to locating in an area that will enable us to achieve racial, ethnic, and greater racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic diversity. Respectfully, we request that our enrollment ceiling be increased from 784 to 1490, and we request that we be approved for a program replication. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members? Steve?
So, your school has a very good reputation in this city, and I think it's well earned. I have a lot of friends and former students who send their children there, and they're happy with your school. You began to address some of the issues I want to raise, but I just feel the need to state them publicly, which is, I will say personally, it gets exhausting to see the highest ranked academic schools in this city consistently have among the lowest at-risk populations. In a city with almost 50% of the kids are at risk, your numbers are 6.8 in the middle school and 16.8 in the high school. Makes it easier to achieve Tier 1 status.
Absolutely.
Furthermore, when I look and I see that the at-risk students are being suspended at rates of 26.6%, it's frustrating.
Yeah.
So I just want to say, I support a school like Washington Latin being made available to more students, and particularly at-risk students. I also would like to say that when you come back here next year, I do hope to see the suspension rates much lower for at-risk students. And the harder thing is, we hear so many of the highly regarded academic schools say they're interested in equity and diversity, and we just don't see their at-risk numbers move. We do see the suspension rates go down, which is progress. But this year, you chose to open a school in Washington, D.C. So serve the children who live here.
And actually, one of the ways that we think we can do that is by opening a new school. I'll tell you why. With the lottery and the sibling preference, when we only have 120 new spots every year, and when we have a sibling preference that accounts for anywhere from 30 to 45% of those students, it's hard to move the needle. And one of the ways that we're hoping to do this is by changing some of our recruitment methods to try to attract even more of those at-risk families to apply. That's one of the things we're committed to, both for our current campus and for a new campus. So thank you.
So just to follow up on that direction, as you do expand the school, how will you maintain the culture and high performance standards as you do move into other communities?
So, as I said before, we've had a track record of success when we've had larger numbers. Mr. Bumba mentioned that our numbers are not actually where we want them to be. We've had at-risk numbers that have been twice as high as the ones we have right now, and that has not compromised the quality of our program. We've also been able to serve even greater numbers of low-income students, again, without compromising the quality of our program. That said, there are some specific things that we have in place. Again, using the example of our track record with our students with IEPs, applying some of the approaches that we've used successfully with those students to meet an even more at-risk population.
So do you anticipate that some of the teachers at the school now will go to the new campus to help bring and bridge over the culture and performance?
So we anticipate that next year, as a planning year, will allow us to hire, overhire, and bring people on board who will learn our culture, learn our approach. Our hope is to not take away from one school for another, but really to try to have some people who will be sort of the foundational team, but also to bring in some new people who will spend the year learning our approach and being able to build a new team for the new school.
You mentioned that you intentionally want to locate in a neighborhood in DC where you may be able to attract more at-risk students to add your name to the lottery. Where can you be more specific about what neighborhoods or what wards you're considering?
So we're open to being in any part of the city as long as we are able to provide access to our school. Being close to public transportation will enable us to be able to bring students from across the city. The point that I was trying to make is we're interested in being in a place where there's a quality gap, and so there are specific parts of the city's particular wards that have been identified by PCSB's research as being green zones. We're not limiting ourselves to those areas, we'll go where we can find facility. But we're prioritizing those areas that are in those green zones, and we want to be able to be in a place where we'll be able to continue to have socioeconomically and racial and ethnic diversity.
I think just to continue the conversation around serving our most needy kids, I just was quickly looking at your park scores last year, and while of course you far exceed where most of the city is, there is a quite large gap for your at-risk performance versus your highest performing group, which is white students.
Right.
So it gives me pause when I think about the idea that you go to a place where you'll be serving more of those students. Can you talk to me about what your plan is to increase the performance of at-risk students and to close that gap?
Absolutely. So if you went back a couple years and looked at our at-risk students, you would notice that our proficiency rate in ELA was 39% at a time when the proficiency rate for at-risk students in the city was 13%. So we've had success with those students in the past. And one of the things that we think has worked for us with our special education students is by having case managers, is by having really having a holistic approach to serving those students. And we think that we can use some of the lessons learned from working with our special education students to also more robustly serve our at-risk students. I'll be honest that there is greater awareness of who the special education students are than there is who the at-risk students are. And by making those students more visible to those who can have greater impact in moving the needle with them, we'll be able to have more success. Did you want to add to that, Diana?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something. Mr. Cruz, in your opening comments, which I thought were articulate and well said, you mentioned the ends and goals of an education being achievement and also well-rounded, happy, productive people. I think sometimes those two are not united. We look at them as separate, and it's important to understand about our model that deep in the classical tradition is a sense of the autonomous self. And we learned long ago in education that if you narrow the task and up the rewards, that you can get human beings to do almost anything. But the really important thing is, what is the human being choosing to be able to do? And that takes more time. That takes more time to develop. I'm not disparaging the test or the notion of achievement, but they have to happen in an atmosphere in which there is self-development and inner motivation, as well as certain kinds of extrinsic motivation.
And what we have found is that even with at-risk students, the longer students are with us, the better they perform. As we look at sort of outcomes, as we look at what they're choosing to do when they finish their high school careers, some of those numbers that might not have looked as strong, as great when they were in 5th or 6th or 7th grade on PARCC tests actually don't mean as much when you think about what their choices are being made for their futures.
This is just a sign. Am I right that you guys provide transportation from?
We do.
Ward 8? Would you consider doing
Absolutely.
that or whatever? Thank
Yes.
you.
So you mentioned in past school years having higher rates of serving students from at-risk populations. What was happening then? What have you learned about what practices work? I'd just love to hear more about that.
So I'll let Diana jump in a moment, but the numbers have gone down over time. If you've looked at our numbers, we had the very first year that they were tracking at-risk students in the city, we were close to 24% at risk. And as more of our students have transitioned from our middle school to our upper school, there used to be a time when there were students who would go to Washington Latin for middle school, and then they go elsewhere, many of them, for high school. And we would get more at-risk students coming into us in our 9th grade than were moving from our middle school into our high school. As more of our middle school students are staying with us from middle to high, that number has dropped. So that's one of the reasons why we've had a shift in those numbers. Also, as we look at an increasing number of applications to our school, in some cases, the exponential growth year over year, we're seeing students applying from neighborhoods where you might consider that they probably aren't coming from at-risk homes. Diana, do you want to talk about what we did differently?
Yeah, I mean, those are the reasons why the numbers have been going down. I do want to say one other thing, though. While, yes, the social justice issue that received plaudits from the audience, which is absolutely right, which is our ability to serve those who are at risk or underserved, there's another social justice issue, and that's integration. And this is an issue that I think we ought to take seriously. It's not measured on any of the rubrics of a good school. It's a very important issue in our current climate and in our current country. So that is another reason why we'd like to continue the diverse by design that's so much at the heart of who we are.
And I will say that one of the reasons why we may have had different track record of success is that there were more of those students. And our model is a relational model where teachers work with individual students and see them as individual whole persons. And when we have more of those students, the numbers are just going to be better. We have got smaller numbers, and so there's the end size skews how those students are performing. What I mentioned earlier about those students not being visible, not necessarily understanding necessarily what their status is, we know who the SPED students are. We know the students who have IEPs. This year was really the first year that the school began to really look more closely at who our at-risk students were and trying to surround them with the supports that they need moving forward.
One of the things that's been put forward, and I don't know exactly where it stands right now, is the possibility of an at-risk preference, a voluntary at-risk preference.
Right.
Have you and the board thought about that if that were to be a possibility and you were, well, whether or not you were able to expand, is that something that would be of interest to you?
Absolutely, and something that we've talked about.
Any other questions? All right, this will also be up for a vote next board meeting.
That is correct. For the replication and the enrollment ceiling increase, and as I said, because they haven't selected a site, if approved, they'll come back on a later date.
Just want to thank you for the opportunity to share our plans and our hopes with you.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. All right, now we have a public hearing on a DCPCSB policy revision. Jessica?
Hello, my name is Jessica Taguding, and I'm a senior data analyst on the Equity and Fidelity team. Tonight, we are holding a public hearing on revisions to the business rules that accompany our enrollment ceiling increase policy. The proposed revision would prevent the over-identification of suspension rate outliers as these rates continue to decline across the sector. These safeguards have been used by DCPCSB staff during the internal monthly identification of outliers during school year 2018-19. The proposed revisions also address campuses opening one grade at a time and minor typos. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
This is deep in the weeds here, so give us a second to make sure we're getting this. So for those of us, and that's, I think, just about everyone, save for Leah, who were part of the approval and the vote last year to change the process, can you just take us through one more time exactly what we're refining? Because this was
Yes.
we voted on this just about this time last year.
Yep, absolutely. So we are looking at indicator 9 addresses outliers for out-of-school suspensions. We use a methodology called the interquartile range, which is a statistical method that is generally well regarded for data that are like small data sets and things that don't follow a standard bell curve. So we use this every month to identify schools who have what we would consider significantly higher than average out-of-school suspension rates. We look at this for all students, for students with disabilities, and for at-risk students. What we have found is that the methodology that we use, the interquartile range, as the suspension rates decrease in the sector, so over the past 5 or 6 years, the suspension rates for the sector have gone from about 14% to about 7% last year. In the elementary schools in particular, we see this compression where schools who have relatively low rates may still be flagged as an outlier. So, for example, in attachment C of the, which is available as part of the documents, when we looked at data through the end of February, there was an elementary school with a suspension rate of 3.9% that was flagged as an outlier because they were above the outlier threshold, but they were within, overall for elementary schools, only 1.7% of students had been suspended. So we found ourselves asking, okay, if the average for elementary schools is 1.7, is 3.9 really an outlier? And we felt that that was really too close to the average. And again, it's just, in a way, it's a good thing. It has to do with the declining rates. What we've put in place is just additional safeguards to say, okay, if you're flagged as an outlier, but you're within 5 percentage points of the average, we're going to not consider you an outlier. And that predominantly affects elementary schools. So schools that are still significantly above average will still be outliers. And no one can be this could never result in more students in more schools being flagged. It can only result in schools who are perhaps really too close to the average being removed from that outlier status. And this was something that we were thinking about last year when we, approved the policy as it was, but we wanted to take a year to test it and make sure that it was working as expected before we codified it in our official policy. And I just want to note that indicator 10 is the indicator that looks at disproportionality, and that indicator is not being changed.
Thank you, as always, for being the board whisperer on data methodologies. So appreciate that.
So just to summarize, indicator 9 looks at whether you're above the average for a particular subgroup, whereas indicator 10 looks at whether different subgroups within your school have large differences.
That's correct. And also indicator 9 is looking at individual campuses, whereas indicator 10 looks at the LEA as a whole.
Great. All right. This again for vote at the June 17th board meeting. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Great, thank you. All right, so that closes out our public hearing. We're going to turn to our public meeting. To start with, I will ask for a motion on our agenda.
I move to approve the May 20th, 2019 board meeting agenda.
Got a motion? Do I get a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I have an aye from Naomi Shelton as well. Excellent. All right, second public comment period for the evening. We had two individuals who were signed up earlier, Caroline Coleman and Sandra Phillips Gilbert. If they are here, welcome you two, thank you. And if there is anyone else who would like to make a public comment. Oh, you could just sit right there. No worries. That would make a whole lot more sense. I know. just press the button. There we go. All right, you're all set now.
Thank you. Now I'm too loud. Hi, I'm Caroline Coleman, and I'm here. I'm a parent at Washington. I was a parent at Washington Latin. I'm currently staff member at Washington Latin. I am a student support resource. I have 2 children that graduated from Washington Latin. My Corey is a graduate of 2012, the first graduating class. Sorry, I get kind of choked up. But anyway, I heard you speak about the at-risk children, talking about at-risk. My Corey graduated from Washington Latin with a very low GPA because of his own deficits. But he also went to college and performed at Hampton University after going to junior college and got on the dean's. This kid had everything afforded to him at Washington Latin that we who left parochial school in 8th grade, after a lifetime being there for him, never got. He had speech therapy. He had an IEP. He had everything afforded to him that we didn't know anything about his needs. All of those years, he's my first child. And for him to go to a place where people constantly worked with him and supported him and made sure that he managed to be on the basketball team. Let's get his grades up, let's do this, not for athletics, because obviously we're not known for athletics, but so that he could feel a part of this great community. I was there on a regular basis. I had conversations with teachers that became my friends, became my confidants. My daughter left Annunciation, went there in 5th grade, and she flourished because she had a different learning ability. Is my time up? Okay. But her scores did not indicate, her SAT scores did not indicate all of what she knew. And she's now at Hampton. He's a graduate of Hampton. She's now there at Hampton, a freshman who's doing so well. When Corey got to Washington Latin in 8th grade, we left the school and he'd come over and he'd gone through his entire science book. And at the end of the year, and it was that first like crazy year. And Corey looked at me and he was finished with his science book and he said to me, "Mom, this 13-year-old, I finished this entire book." And then I said, "Yeah." And he said, well, if I were still at St. Jerome's, we would have done 2 chapters. My kid recognized the education that he was getting. A Black kid who could not get into St. John's, could not get into math, could not get into any of those schools. And his mother made a choice and took a chance on a school where people cared. These people care. I am there. I'm a part of it. They brought me in as a parent who could work with a kid like this. And now I serve children like Corey so that we can make sure that they succeed. I work with making sure they get their graduation requirements. I make sure that they're doing their homework. I talk to kids on the weekend. So for you to think that only a certain amount of kids are getting certain resources at Washington Latin, that's wrong. I am there. I am not just there as someone that works there. I'm there as an advocate for these children. And Diana Smith saw the value in my services and brought me on for our children, Black, white, purple, or green.
Thank you, ma'am.
So I just want you all to know that. I wasn't going to say that, but after I heard the testimony, I had to say it. So here we are. So I got that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I should have asked at the start of our public comment whether there are any public officials in attendance who wish to speak or be recognized. But if not, we will go into charter school applications. Katie Damon? Are you going to start by taking us through how we're going to cover 11 charter school applications?
Tonight, DCPCSB staff will ask the board to vote on 11 charter applications. These applications have been carefully considered by a DCPCSB staff review team, including those with expertise in special education, English language acquisition, governance, finance, and community engagement. DCPCSB also worked with external expert consultants when appropriate. All applications were evaluated against our standard for approval. DCPCSB's charter application review process includes the assessment of a written application, a capacity interview, a public hearing, and, when needed, site visits. All materials, including the written applications, transcripts of capacity interviews and public hearings, and staff analyses, can be found on DCPCSB's website. Tonight, lead reviewers will provide a brief overview of their respective applications before asking you to vote. 2 lead reviewers were unable to attend this evening, so I will be presenting in their absence. All ANCs were notified regarding these applications. Any applicants approved this evening will still need to identify a location, and the DCPCSB board will hold a separate hearing about that topic. I'd like to ask the lead reviewers of Anna Julia Cooper and Arabic language to join me at the dais.
Hello again. My name is Jessica Taguding, and tonight I am asking you to vote on the Anna Julia Cooper School application, which is proposing to open a classical liberal arts school for students in grades kindergarten to 12. The school's mission is the training of the head, hand, and heart of kindergarten through 12 youth in Washington, D.C. through a content-rich classical education in the liberal arts and sciences, with instruction in the principles of moral character and civic virtue, nurturing good and self-governing citizens. The school seeks a Ward 6 location. At capacity, it plans to serve 568 students.
Thank you. So first off, I just want to thank the Anna Julia Cooper team for all of the hard work that was clearly put into the application. As for all of our applicants, we deeply appreciate the thoughtfulness of their application and the desire to contribute, as our chair said, to the educational environment here in DC. Excuse me. Anna Julia Cooper's team has proposed a very unique model in providing students K through 12 with a content-rich classical education and an instructional method that's informed by the Socratic method. As is required with all of our applicants and by our process, there must, and which will be discussed several times tonight, demand is a crucial part of our analysis. I do not believe that the Anna Julia Cooper team has demonstrated a sufficient demand for the particular model that it's proposing. And while the school has the support of several parents on its founding board, I do not think it's developed the robust demonstration of support that would show an ability to fully enroll at its projected numbers. I encourage the founding team to more fully cement some of the partnerships that they mentioned in their application, such that they will be able to show demand sometime in the future. I also encourage the founding team to more fully develop its middle school and high school plans and to increase its financial planning and oversight capacity. I will not be voting for Anna Julia Cooper tonight, but I do, again, thank the team for its very thoughtful and involved participation in our process.
Thank you, Saba. Other board members? Any reflections, any items for discussion? So I'll just add to what Saba shared. Two things. So again, thank you to everyone who's applied. Thank you to Anna Julia Cooper team for spending so much time with our staff and with us as we evaluated this application. Two items that are sort of sticking points for me. One of which Saba mentioned, which is, in my opinion, the lack of development of the middle school, high school plan, especially for a proposed K-12 model. That seems at this point to be a pretty big obstacle in my estimation. And then the rather robust conversation we had, somewhat driven by some of my questioning at the public hearing around the capacity and the ability of proposed leadership, given previous experience. I still have personally some unresolved questions with that. So just to tip my hand here, I'll also be voting to not approve this particular charter application. Anything else? All right.
Just to add on to that, I had an opportunity to meet with the founding team prior to the hearing, and I was very impressed by the passion that they brought to the application. I think, as you all have mentioned, there's still some work to do in developing out the demand and the middle and high school plan, where we do have so much need in the city for high-performing seats. So I will also not be voting tonight, but appreciate the demonstrated passion and support for the city.
I will just add, given the conversation we just had as the public hearing in offering us to consider the Washington Latin expansion, that I personally believe there is a place for more classical approaches and approaches that embrace the Socratic method in a number of different ways. Again, I'll stick to what I said earlier in terms of my believing that the application did not meet our rubric, but by no means do. I think that's an indication of our lack of support for the particular mode of learning that this particular school proposes. All right. Well, if there aren't any more comments or questions for the board, I will entertain a motion.
I move to deny the charter application of Anna Julia Cooper based on the issues identified in the board proposal.
A motion to deny. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so the motion is to deny that's before us. All in favor of the motion to deny? Aye.
Aye.
I believe that Naomi Shelton has not yet joined the call, but I have her proxy, and she is also a vote to not approve. So that's a unanimous denial of the Anna Julia Cooper application. But I want to again thank the team for its efforts and the application put forward. Right. That brings us to Arabic language.
Hello, my name is Nicole Cole, and I am the lead reviewer of the Arabic language school application. The school proposes to open an Arabic language immersion school with a commitment to early literacy in both English and Arabic. The school's mission is to educate children of diverse abilities from all racial, ethnic, socioeconomic backgrounds in a safe, welcoming, supportive, joyful, rigorous educational environment. The school plans to locate in Ward 6, but is also open to locating in Wards 1 or 4. At capacity, the school would serve 504 to 522 students in grades pre-kindergarten through 5.
So I was the lead board member on this application, and when I began to read the application, I Googled all of the leaders mentioned on the front page of the application, and I thought, relative to a lot of the applications we read, they had a dearth of education experience and a dearth of knowledge about the education ecosystem here in DC. But then I read the application, and I was actually quite impressed. And I was quite impressed with the presentation at last month's meeting. So the suggestion I would like to make to my colleagues on the board and to the leadership team who put the application together, if they're here, is to work with the PCSB staff over the coming year to shore up some of the gaps that were in the application, but to maintain the strengths and to come back. I think this is a school that, with a little bit of work, this is an application that could be approved. And if the team is out there, this sort of thing happens in these deliberations quite a bit. We have quite a few schools that have come back a second time, and I think you all would be a strong candidate for approval if you work with our staff over the coming year and came back next year.
Thank you, Steve. Other board members?
I would just echo my colleagues' comments. I think it was 11:15 at night. You were the last applicant to come up on the stage, and all of us everyone here was quite tired, but I think I speak for myself, but I'm pretty sure I overheard others echoed as well, that they were really impressed with the enthusiasm and all that you brought to your presentation to us. So I hope to see you back up here again in a year.
So those of you who know me and have seen me as a board member across the last 5 years know that I have a tremendous enthusiasm for programs that seek to expose more of our students to second languages, especially ones that do so from a young age in immersive environments. So the idea, I echo what Steve started off with, the idea that we don't have a program like this and that we could have a program like this is tremendously, tremendously exciting to me. I think that there, as Steve indicated, there are a number of things that this group, I encourage them to work on and to develop and to come back to us. So I'll be voting not to approve as well, but am sort of deeply, deeply encouraged that this founding group is on the right path, and hope that they do indeed heed our encouragement and come back next year. All right. Well then, on Arabic language, I will take a motion.
I move to deny the charter application of Arabic Language School.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion to deny the application of Arabic Language School. I have a second. All in favor of the motion to deny? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And looking to the proxy, because I don't believe we have Naomi on just yet, she is also a motion not to approve. So that's a unanimous vote to not approve or deny the charter application of Arabic language. Thank you.
Hello again. Tonight, I am asking you to vote on the charter application of Aspire to Excellence Academy, an adult education program offering programs in construction trades, certified bookkeeping, and natural hair care, in an intergenerational model offering a pre-kindergarten program targeted at children of adult learners. The school's mission is to offer high-quality preschool and vocational educational options for children, teenagers, and adults in the District of Columbia. In a supportive learning environment, Aspire Academy plans to serve as a guiding force for students to successfully navigate their educational careers toward achieving a purpose-filled life. The school seeks a Ward 5 or Ward 7 location and would like to serve 190 students at capacity.
Thank you, Katie.
So I did attend several of the meetings with Aspire. I wasn't able to be here for the hearing, and was impressed with the, again, passion for this model. And there's definitely excitement about having two generations in the same building. A few things that really stood out for me as issues with the application. One is the real need for demonstrating a need for the program itself, for the school. They didn't really have the particular analysis to demonstrate the need for the programs that they were offering. I'd also say that just in developing the overall plan, it wasn't as fully complete in the plan as we would like to see. So for those reasons, I will not be voting for the school.
Thank you, Ricardo. Other board members, reflections on the Aspire to Excellence application? I will just add, as I said at the hearing, that the two-generation model that they propose is one that we have seen some success with in DC, and it is certainly a program we would like to see more of. So that I'm encouraged by. I don't think this application met our standard for approval, but I'm incredibly thankful to the founding team for having put the work into addressing a problem that it was so clear they were not only passionate about, but had been doing real work in and thinking about creative and new ways to tackle the many problems that they set out to. So thankful again for their efforts. Naomi, I believe I hear you on.
Yes, I am here.
Excellent. We're just talking through the Aspire to Excellence application. Do you have anything to add?
No, I think all of your sentiments cover what I believe as well.
Thank you. All right. If there are no other questions or comments from our board, I will take a motion on the Aspire to Excellence application.
I move to deny the charter application of Aspire to Excellence based on the issues identified in the board proposal.
All right. I have a motion to deny the charter application. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second to deny the charter application of Aspire to Excellence. All in favor of the motion to deny? Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay. Again, a unanimous vote to deny the application. Thanks again to the founding team from Aspire to Excellence.
I'd like to ask the lead reviewers for Bolt, Capitol Village, and Evolve to step up to the dais.
Hello, my name is Nick Hilvashi, and I am the lead reviewer of the charter application of Bolt Academy, which is proposing to open a high school with a blended learning educational model which would serve 400 students at capacity. The school would provide opportunities for domestic and international travel at no cost to students. The school's mission is to prepare DC high school students with the knowledge, skills, and experiences they need to be successful in colleges, careers, and life. The school seeks to locate in Ward 6, and this team applied for a charter last year.
So this is also a model that I'm very interested in, fostering more blended learning and also opportunities to study abroad, because I recognize the great value that studying abroad can offer to students. Unfortunately, I still see significant issues with this application, and I'm not able to support it moving forward this year. The biggest concerns I have are around the development of the plan, and the support and logistics to support students actually studying abroad and carrying out the program, and the ongoing engagement of the blended learning. I don't think we had a full enough understanding of how blended learning would really support the educational experience. So for that reason, primarily, I will not be supporting this application.
Thank you, Ricardo. Comments or questions from other members of the board on the Bolt Academy application? Right. I will just add that, as Nikhil mentioned at the close of his comments, Bolt came before us last year, and we denied the application at that time. As you can see in the materials from last year and from this year, we laid out a number of concerns and things that they needed to address. In looking back upon those, there are many of the same areas that I continue to have concerns about. So feel like there was a missed opportunity to address many of the issues that we had last year that persist. And that informs my decision as well, much like Ricarda, to again vote to deny the application. But I did just want to point out that roadmap of areas of concern from last year still hold this year, and I'm sure we'll share more as we should we choose to decline the application as a group again. If the board, Naomi, do you have any comments on Bolt at this time?
No, thank you, though.
Okay. All right, well then I will take a motion from the board on the Bolt Academy application.
Sure. I move to deny the charter application of Bolt Academy based on the issues identified in the board proposal.
All right, we have a motion on the table to deny the charter application of Bolt Academy. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to deny the charter application. All in favor of the motion on the table, say aye.
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 And Naomi, aye. Again, a unanimous denial of the Bolt. Oh, I'm sorry. I should say Leah Crucy is recused of the from the Bolt Academy vote and from Capitol Village. So we have 5 board members voting to deny the application for Bolt Academy. All right. Thank you. And thanks to the Bolt Academy team for their continued efforts.
Good evening. My name is Rashida Tyler, and I'm the lead reviewer for the Capitol Village charter application. This school will be an intentionally small, diverse middle school serving 180 students through expeditionary learning. The school's mission is to prepare all students, regardless of background or circumstance, to reach their full potential in college, career, and life in order to become agents of change in their communities. The school would like to locate in wards 1, 4, 5, or 6, and this school also applied last year.
Thank you, Rashida. Anyone like to open up with comments on Capitol Village?
I will open up and just try to keep my comments brief. So in last year, I believe myself and voted to approve the school, but there were still considerations and conditions that the school needed to address for the board to vote unanimously to support the school. And so in the time from last year to this year, we've seen a significant shift in some of their thinking, which addressed some of the things that we had identified in terms of concerns, but also just in reviewing the application and talking with the founding team, there seemed to be things that they were able to identify and adjust based on having that additional context, but also time to address those concerns. So with that, I'm again supporting Capitol Village and their proposal.
Great. Thank you, Naomi. Steve, would you like to make some remarks?
I thought this team submitted a strong proposal last year. I voted to approve it. It was denied last year. They came back this year with one of the strongest applications I've read in the 4 years I've been on this body, and I thought that and I thought their presentation in front of us was the best I've seen, and is a model. I'll be voting enthusiastically to support this application.
Great. Thank you, Steve.
I will concur with my colleague. I unfortunately voted against the school last year, but was incredibly impressed with this application. It is one of the best that I have read during my time on the board. And I will specifically say, I believe last year I raised or was concerned around issues of inclusion, and that this year our staff recommended this application because of how hard the school leadership team and founding school worked to work on that particular piece of the model. So thank you specifically for that. And I will be voting in favor of Capitol Village tonight.
Thank you. I don't regret voting against it last year because some of our best schools get voted down and then come back and are able to knock it out of the park, not only in getting through the gating process, but in actually opening schools that then go on to impress us. And I would concur with my colleagues that I've been impressed by the work that Capitol Village has done to address all of the concerns we had last year, the questions that we had, and was too impressed by their sort of performance here in the interviews. So I will be supporting this application as well.
Yep. I'll just add that middle school continues to be a real area of concern in the city, and I'm thrilled to be supporting Capitol Village this year.
Excellent. All right. Well, with Leah recused from Capitol Village as well, I will ask if I can get a motion from one of our board members on Capitol Village.
I move to approve the charter application of Capitol Village with the conditions as proposed by staff.
Second.
So I got motion and a second to approve the charter application of Capitol Village. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
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 Aye, all right. All unanimous approval. Capitol Village is approved. Congratulations. All I see is a sea of faces. I don't know where they are. Congratulations. There we go. Congrats, guys. Now, for certain approvals, we do have school-specific conditions. Are there any school-specific conditions for Capitol Village?
No, they were not.
There are not. Okay, great. So we'll be in touch on next steps. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Hannah Cousineau, and I am the lead reviewer for the charter application of Evolve, a purpose-centered and big-picture learning affiliated high school. In addition to the standard application review process, I, along with another member of the team, visited City Neighbors High School, a big-picture learning school in Baltimore, Maryland, to learn more about this model. Evolve's mission is to empower a diverse group of DC high school scholars to discover and realize their purpose through a project-based, internship-focused education that is fully customized to their unique strengths and challenges. The school plans to serve 400 students in grades 9 through 12 at capacity. It hopes to locate in Ward 1, but is also considering Wards 4, 5, and 6.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you also for that. So again, thank you to the Evolve team for the hard work that you put into this application. I enjoyed learning about the big picture model, and there was obviously a lot of excitement from the founding board team about the idea of helping young people discover their passion and then cultivate an education that is really tied to that. Like some previous applications that we've talked about today, I do believe more work needs to be done by the founding team to demonstrate demand for this particular school. Some of the partnerships that the founding team talked about creating need to be deepened and actually brought forth for the application. I also think there needs to be more substantial time and effort to think about how the diverse by design population would actually put together. It takes a lot of hard work, as we've heard from some of our other schools, to create a school that's diverse by design, and I think the application needs to show more of that front end work that needs to be done. Also more deepened concrete partnerships with organizations and businesses so that the internship program can be successful if a charter was granted. And then finally, because we do hope for all of our schools to strive to serve all types of students, there does need to be an increased amount of awareness and analysis around serving SPED and ELL students. So again, very thankful that this founding team chose DC to bring this application to, and excited to see what could be done with the application in the future.
Steve, did you have a comment?
I felt similarly about this application as I did about Arabic language. I thought it was impressive. I thought the founder was really outstanding in her presentation before us. I would say to her and their team and to the folks from Arabic language, if they're still here, to take a look at Capitol Village and their application a year later. I would encourage, I'm not going to vote to approve this application tonight. I agree with my colleague that there are still gaps, but it's a strong enough application that I would encourage you to work with PCSB staff over the coming year and come back next year. I think you have a shot at approval.
Thank you, Steve. I'll echo what Steve and Saba said. Laura, who, if you're in the audience, who is the leader of the founding group, what great passion and energy you brought to the application, and it shines through. So three things that I'd flag that need more work. Saba mentioned sort of inclusiveness and the special ed approach. I'd also speak to community engagement and really encouraging the Evolve team to push harder to better understand what our community of parents wants and how you fit that and how you propose to fit that. And then finally, I think it always gives me pause when there is a great leader, but perhaps not as fully fleshed out of a team surrounding that leader, because one thing that any school in the city will tell you is that you need quite the team to pull off a launch of a great school, and that's what we would hope that would happen. So I think building out that team further in the future would do this application well. But I as well will encourage Evolve to, should they choose to, spend the next year working on the application, and hopeful that they would come back with an even stronger try at this. Naomi, any thoughts?
No, I just am all sentiment.
Okay, great. Well then, if there are no other comments from the board, can I get a motion on Evolve?
I move to deny the charter application of Evolve based on the issues identified in the board proposal.
Got a motion to deny the application. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to deny the charter application of Evolve. I will take a sort of vote on that. All in favor of the motion to deny the charter application of Evolve?
Aye.
Aye. Naomi?
Aye.
All right, unanimous vote to deny. Thank you to the Evolve team for all your work across these last several months and the year.
Hello, my name is Tanner C., and tonight I'm asking you to vote on the application of Girls Global, an all-girls high school offering international baccalaureate career pathways in engineering and business and serving 450 students at capacity in grades 9 through 12. The school's mission is to foster pathways to lead and learn so that all graduates attain the mindsets, behaviors, competencies, and skills to ensure success in college and career. The school wants to be centrally located in Ward 2 and attract a diverse population from all 8 wards.
Great, thank you. So as the board lead on the Girls Global application, so I'll just say sort of a few words about why I intend to vote to support the Girls Global application. First of all, what a strong founding team, and with the emphasis on team. Not only are the two founders a great team and one that's worked together a long time, but they're passionate and they did a great job in laying out the need and the model. And I think they're proposing, should they get approved, to offer something truly unique to girls in this city. I will also point out that it was, I saw a Oscar Award winning performance from hopefully someone who will be their board chair, who speaks to just the strength and the importance of governance, teamed with really passionate educators. So just so impressed by the team, and again, I'll be voting to support.
I echo our chair's comments on the team. Just an incredible depth of excitement, expertise. Every question was able to be answered. Just really created a sense of true leadership that gave me the faith that this will be an excellent school. I'll also say there's been many questions raised many times around single-sex education, and I truly believe that this team has been thoughtful about it and saw that there was a particular opportunity to serve girls in a particular way in our city that didn't have to do with the way girls learn particularly, but just wanting to provide opportunities that girls may not have had before. So I'll be voting in favor of Girls Global tonight.
Thank you, Selma.
I'll just add on to that. I too am thrilled about the robust nature of this application and the opportunity to bring a high-performing model for girls' education in DC.
I don't think it's lost upon anybody on the board that all of the single-gender public schools in DC on the DCPS side and the charter side are for boys. So I was relieved when I read this application, and it was strong. And the leadership team did a great job presenting their case last month. So I'm happy to be able to vote in support of this.
Okay. Nothing. All right. Naomi, any remarks at this time? Otherwise, we'll take a motion.
No remarks, thank you.
All right. So can I get a motion on Girls Global Academy?
I move to approve the charter application of Girls Global Academy with the conditions as proposed by staff.
It's not official if you can't hear him. No. So we've got a motion on the table to approve the application of Girls Global Academy. Do I have a second?
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Naomi?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Excellent. On Girls Global, are there any school-specific conditions? If you're just going to give us a high-level overview of some of those.
There are. The first condition is fidelity to the Girls Global model. By October 15th, 2019, the school shall revise the staffing plan and budget as needed to accommodate an appropriate mission-aligned student-to-teacher ratio in all core content settings to DCPCSB satisfaction.
We'll share this with you, by the way, so you don't have to take notes.
The revised staffing plan must provide sufficient academic, non-academic, and mission-critical staff to cover all the courses and programs described in the education plan. By January 15, 2020, all feedback and revisions will be incorporated to DCPCSB's satisfaction. The second condition is the contingency plan. By October 15, 2019, the school shall create a contingency staffing plan and budget assuming Girls Global enrolls a third of the students it projects. The school shall create a contingency plan and budget assuming the Girls Global enrolls half of the students it projects. By January 15th, 2020, all feedback and revisions will be incorporated to DCPCSB's satisfaction. The third condition is service learning plan. By October 15th, 2019, the school shall submit a service learning development and implementation plan detailing precisely how and when the school will release the service learning program to its students. By January 15th, 2020, all feedback and revisions will be incorporated to DCPCSB's satisfaction. The fourth condition is supplemental plan to serve EL students. By October 15, 2019, the school shall submit a supplemental plan that ensures an appropriate education for all English learner students. The supplement shall define an English language acquisition model as found in OSSI's 2019 Delivering Education Service to English Learners and describe in detail what instructional resources and remedial supports will be used distinctly for limited and non-English proficient students. This plan shall meet the relevant standards for approval from the 2019 Charter Application Guidelines, including but not limited to the relevant curriculum sections pertaining to EL students. By January 15, 2020, all feedback and revisions will be incorporated to DCPCSB's satisfaction.
Thank you. So in follow-up, the team will work with the team at Girls Global Academy to lay those out. And you'll have a chance to ask any questions and make sure that you're able to meet all of those conditions so that we can move forward. Congratulations. All right, iDream Academy.
Good evening. My name is Giselle O'Neill, and I am the lead reviewer of the charter application for iDream Academy DC, an inquiry-based, learner-centered elementary school serving grades pre-kindergarten 3 through 5th in wards 7 and 8. The iDream Academy school's mission is to provide an intentionally transformative learning community that nurtures 3 to 10-year-olds to imagine and fulfill their dreams and aspirations. iDream Academy plans to achieve this by using best practices from Montessori, project-based learning, and EL education models. The school will serve 225 students at capacity.
All right, thank you, Giselle.
So I was the board lead on this, and I want to first thank the impressive and very well-rounded founding team from iDream Academy for submitting an application that reflects high expectations, rigor, thoughtful and very deep engagement with the community, and creativity. I'll be voting in favor of this application. The I found compelling many things. The application recognizes that children in Ward 8 deserve these kinds of creative and inquiry-based learning opportunities, and also recognizes that while we are making progress in DC, there are gaps yet to fill, and this team has built a plan that ambitiously, and I think backed with very deep and a lot of information, if you haven't had the pleasure of reading the application, plans to close that gap. I also found compelling that we've heard about as I mentioned, very deep engagement with members of the community over the past year to understand what students themselves, families, and members of the community seek to have in a school. I had a chance to sit with the team and asked follow-up questions on their application, and I've been impressed with the thoughtfulness and enthusiasm with which they responded, reflecting a lot of hard work to think through every single aspect of their plan once put into action. So thank you.
Thank you, Leah.
I will just echo a few of, there's many things to compliment about this application, but I think given the robust conversation that's happening around demand in the city, that you went out to a community, you asked what a community wanted, you talked to children in a community, you asked what they wanted, and then you built your model to respond to that. And that is the definition of what we want to see when someone is trying to cultivate demand for a school model. Thank you for respecting my community in Ward 7 and 8 enough to do that. And thank you for putting forth this very outstanding application that I'll be voting for.
So this was a really complicated model that all came together, kind of like a Nabokov novel. And I also just want to say this is the template for, I won't even call it community engagement, it's community information gathering. It shows a respect to the community when you spend 2 years asking people what they want. And I hope that other charter applications in the future will model the sort of information gathering iDream Academy undertook. This is one of the best applications I've read, and I'm going to vote yes enthusiastically.
Which one was the best application you've read? You're like, you're
one
like a
of the
car
best
salesman out here
applications,
today. So I was unable to be here physically for the hearing, at least that first hour, but I went back and watched the videotape of it, and it just confirmed for me what I knew from reading the voluminous amount of materials in both the application and the capacity interview. My colleagues have said it all, but I'm very, very excited about this school, and very, very excited about the approach that you all have taken to getting choice and parent voice and student voice and demand right in our city. And it sets you up for some big expectations to meet, but I'll be voting in favor of this application as well. Naomi, any comments? I know it's hard to break in by phone.
No comments. Thank you.
All right. All right. So if someone would like to make a motion on iDream Academy.
I move to approve the application for iDream Academy.
Okay, so I've got a motion.
Sorry, I didn't read it. Just want to do it. I move to approve the charter application of iDream Academy with the conditions as proposed by staff.
All right. I have a motion to approve the charter application of iDream Academy. Do I have a second?
Second.
This is a fight for second for the best application, or the second best, depending on Steve. One of the best. So I've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All right, unanimous aye. Few words about school conditions.
Yes, we have 3 school-specific conditions for iDream Academy. The first is for a coach's schedule by October 15th, 2019. The school shall submit an updated coach's schedule that identifies the non-instructional staff responsible for supervising students during coach planning hours. The second is regarding home visits. By October 15th, 2019, the school shall provide a year-long schedule describing when home visits should take place during the school year, their purpose as in initial development of individual learning plans, student council, etc., and in what types of settings they will occur. The third is surrounding serving special populations. The school shall submit a supplement describing how its curriculum, staffing plan, and professional development plan will support students with disabilities and English language learners. The curriculum and staffing plan shall detail the concrete strategies and materials the school will use to support all students with disabilities, especially those who require a self-contained setting across all programmatic elements, including Dreamtime. The professional development plan shall explain how all teachers will be trained to meet the unique needs of students with disabilities and English language learners, as well as implement the ELL model. And by January 15th, 2020, for all three conditions, all feedback and revisions will be incorporated to DCPCSB's satisfaction.
Thank you, Giselle. And we'll, of course, be following up on that as well. So congratulations. You're back.
Hello again. I am asking you to vote on the charter application of Social Justice School, a standalone middle school serving grades 5 through 8, proposing an expeditionary learning and diverse by design model anchored in the pursuit of social justice, liberatory design thinking, and principles of deeper learning practices. The school's mission is to catalyze an integrated community of middle school students, 5th through 8th grade, to be scholar activists who are designers of a more just world. The school seeks a Ward 5 location. They will serve 300 students at capacity.
Great, thank you, Katie. So I was the board lead on social justice as well. So to start with, I'll just say I really appreciate the founding team's energy, probably more than anything, their sense of purpose, as you could imagine with a school that makes a bold statement and calls itself the Social Justice School. Also very appreciative of the innovative approach that it took to both the development of the model, the proposal of the model, and the way they talk about the model. You had me literally in bed with my wife one night Googling liberatory design and trying to make sure that I really understood what that meant in the context of the program that you were proposing. That was in part some of the challenge. I think sometimes maybe more complicated than it should have been, and appreciate you all as the founding team, both in the capacity interview and at the hearing, giving us a sense of how this program really comes together in a way that is powerful for students potentially. Some concerns that we talked about during the hearing, during the capacity interview, the goals, and for any of you that were there at the hearing, some real tension between a desire to meet students where they are and emphasize growth, which clearly we think is important, but definitely some challenges in us thinking through how that works in a sector where we want to and need to see middle school students moving quickly and moving to master content that unfortunately oftentimes they come to middle school without. So some definite challenges there. I've spoken to the clarity of the program and appreciate the teams spending time and really elucidating for us what they are, not just what they are trying to accomplish, but the how. And then on the leadership front, we had a very sort of honest conversation about past challenges and future opportunities for the leadership of this school. Myron in particular, I want to give you great sort of thanks and also a real respect for the grace with which you handled some very personal questions that I think are important. And again, that you handled incredibly well. Not as easy of a decision on many fronts as I looked across the entire application and our rubric and our standard for approval. But ultimately, I will be voting in favor of this application. I do. There are 5 other board members that would have to vote with me on that. But I'll open it up to my board members. But more than anything, thank you, Myron, Brandon, Rael, the entire team for the work that you've done.
I commented during the public hearing. I taught middle school, Susan Middle School. It's a hard endeavor. You have a big challenge ahead of you, but I saw a passionate, reflective team. It's really that reflective piece, as the chair mentioned, that made me believe that this is a school that if you make mistakes, that you will reflect and course correct. And I saw really a passion to make whole students. And I want that in our middle schools more than anything. It is a crucial time of development for our students, and I believe this team can do it. So good luck, and I'll be voting in favor.
Steve?
Yeah, I thought this was a good application that had some challenges, much like Arabic language and Evolve. I also taught what was called junior high school back in those days. And I actually appreciated Myron Long's explanation for what were termed challenges when he was a middle school principal at Yale Haynes. He put emphasis on attendance, which isn't as highly ranked in the PMF as some of the other points. And the only way kids actually learn is if they're in school. So that was a point of emphasis for us when we were running our junior high school program. I appreciated that. And I appreciate the fact that Myron and his team have a good bit of experience in DC public and charter schools, and that's what's tipping my vote in favor of this application as well.
Leah?
I want to offer, I echo all the comments made by my colleagues so far. I want to add that during the hearing a couple weeks ago, I was really impressed with I'd already been impressed with this idea of this pop-up and as an opportunity to learn and test ideas. But when we asked the question of, what did you learn? Is there anything you'd change from it? It was like you were begging for the question to have been asked, and you were so ready to, because you had already thought through all the things that you wanted to apply differently and do differently because of this. And so if that's any indication of the kind of creative and iterative thinking and planning you'll be doing, I can't wait to see what happens over the next few years. Adding on to that, I also, what had made some of the decision-making challenging, I know for staff and within the board, was that the expectations for all kids and not just having goals for exceeding within subgroups, but closing achievement gaps is something that matters quite a bit to me, and I know my colleagues on the board, and I look forward to seeing a plan put in place that does hold high expectations for all kids across the entire school.
Thank you, Leah. Naomi, do you have any comments?
I echo the sentiment of my colleagues, and I'm excited to see this work in action.
Great, thank you. I'm going to change things up a little bit, only in that the conditions here are not an insignificant part of our decision to vote to approve or not. So could you share with us what the staff have proposed as school-specific conditions for social justice should we choose to approve?
Sure, absolutely. So the first school-specific condition of charter approval is the charter goals and academic achievement expectations. By November 4th, 2019, the school will submit to DCPCSB a set of individualized goals that satisfy the application guidelines and are mutually agreed upon by the applicant and DCPCSB staff. In the absence of mutual agreement by the deadline set forth above, the school's charter agreement will state that the school has chosen the performance management framework as its goals and will include the standard language set forth in DCPCSB's elect to adopt the PMF as charter goals policy. The second condition is around executive leadership and development. By November 4th, 2019, the school's founding Board of Trustees will submit to DCPCSB an evaluation rubric to be used in assessing the performance of the executive director. The school will consider any feedback provided by DCPCSB on this rubric and will resolve to DCPCSB's satisfaction any substantial concerns raised by staff. By November 4th, 2019, the school will submit a 3-year professional development plan for the school's leadership team that addresses the development of the team both individually and collectively. The school will consider any feedback provided by DCPCSB on this plan and will resolve to DCPCSB's satisfaction any substantial concerns raised by staff.
So evaluation rubric and professional development plan are 2 separate, number 2 and 3, is that correct? Sorry, just to
Those are both part of condition number 2.
Okay, great, excellent. So for those not familiar with our conditioning process, it's our attempt to address some of the concerns that that we have, even as we, perhaps in this case, might vote to approve the application for the charter application for, in this case, social justice. So one, addressing the charter goals specifically, and I think that's something that we all believe is incredibly important. And the second, to get to the question around leadership capacity.
I move to approve the charter application of the Social Justice School with the conditions as proposed by staff, with the modification that number 2 around leadership development is struck.
Okay. So that the motion on the table is to approve, but with a revision to the conditioning, striking number 2 around leadership development. Do we want to talk about that for a second? So I'll give sort of my take on that. Governance and governance of the board with whom the charter rests is an incredibly essential part of this work that we do. And the work of evaluating the executive director is core to the board of directors and the trustees' responsibilities. So I'm very appreciative of the staff's attempt to address one of the concerns that we've now talked about several times. But I, for one, am a little bit uncomfortable with that being a specific call out. Instead, I think that is and should be our baseline expectation. It certainly is the expectation that I have in every conversation I have with boards and board chairs. You know, what do you know? How much do you know about the school? How are you working with the leadership? And ultimately, how are you evaluating your executive director? So I'm appreciative of my vice chair's move to approve while striking that condition. Steve, did you? You're not excited. This is the second best. This is the third best. Let's repeat the motion, and I'll call for a second.
I move to approve the charter application of the Social Justice School with conditions as proposed by staff, with the modification that condition number 2 around leadership development is struck.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? Oh, a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion on the table?
Aye.
Aye.
I would now
Congratulations.
like
Congratulations
to ask...
to social justice, to the Social Justice School. As with all the other previously approved applications this evening, the staff will be reaching out to talk through the conditions, make sure that we're all aligned in terms of the next steps. But glad to see that group excited. Thank you.
I would now like to ask the lead reviewers for the Truth School and the Garden Education to approach the dais.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Noth, and I am the lead reviewer of the charter application of the Sojourner Truth School, a 6th through 12th grade Montessori school. In my role, in addition to the review, I also traveled to Cincinnati, Ohio to visit Clark Montessori, the nation's first public Montessori high school. The Sojourner Truth School's mission is to empower students to transform the world. Truth plans to achieve this vision through a Montessori education built upon student-led classrooms and a learning environment designed to enable student engagement in meaningful, authentic work while fostering a close-knit community where students pursue justice and practice stewardship.
Thank you, Alyssa.
So I thought that Sojourner Truth put together a strong application and had a strong presentation in front of the board last month. I'm a particular fan of a Montessori model. It's a model that's been in existence for over 100 years. There's a research base that it's effective. What you see in this city and across the country, however, is that Montessori tends to be consumed in high-income communities. In fact, what you see even in the charter sector here is that the Montessori schools don't reflect the demographics of this city and tend to serve a higher income, lower risk group of students. One of the aspects of this application that ameliorated my concern in that regard is that the founder and the proposed head, Justin Lezik, has been at Czech for a number of years and has a lot of experience working with at-risk populations and learned at the feet of Maria Tukeva, who I think is one of the real heroes in education in Washington, D.C. So I'm going to support this application because I think it brings together a really excellent instructional model with a team that has a long proven record of success in terms of instruction and in terms of equity.
Thank you, Steve. Members?
I will just add that I'm thrilled to be bringing Montessori, potentially bringing a Montessori high school to Washington, D.C., and adding to that diversity of education opportunities for kids in D.C.
I will add to what my colleagues have said. As Steve indicated, my kids themselves started out in a Montessori classroom, and while they have not pursued that through the duration of their primary school experience, it has been tremendously enabling for them. And it is, quite frankly, a travesty that type of education is not available to more families who want it that are in all communities in our city. So I think this is a tremendous opportunity to build upon what is a maybe not so small, but definitely growing base of families who are interested in continuing their children's Montessori experience. And as you all know, should this move forward, taking on the challenge of bringing families and students into the Montessori community at a later age. And certainly we've done all the research and read through the applications. It's not short on challenges, so we will want to talk about conditions should you carry the support of the majority of the board. But I'm going to vote in favor, and I hope this will move forward.
I echo what my colleagues have said about the leadership of this team, the thoughtfulness that has gone into this, and a passion that I see to bring this model to all kids in DC. I'm going to abstain tonight because I believe in the true vision of this team. I do, unfortunately, believe that just given what has been said tonight about the demographics of who we are currently serving in our Montessori schools, none of which approach near the 49% of at-risk students that are in the city, that I have strong reservations that this school will be able to overcome that. This is not a comment on the team. It's not a comment on the vision that you have. It actually is more of a comment on something you can't help, which is that this model tends to, unfortunately, end up not reaching the students that likely could benefit from it the most. I believe that you have support from this board, and I wish you the best of luck, and I hope that you prove me wrong.
Thank you, Selma. Naomi, do you have anything to add?
No, but thank you.
Excellent. So given the conversation on this application this evening, could you walk through the conditions that we would propose should we choose to authorize this school?
Sure.
So we're proposing 3 school-specific conditions. The first is around special populations. By November 4th, 2019, the school shall submit a supplement describing how its curriculum, student policies and procedures, and staffing plan will support English learners and students with disabilities. The curriculum shall define a language acquisition model and explain the concrete strategies and materials it will use to support the unique needs of ELs. The curriculum and staffing plan should also describe how the school will provide a full continuum of services for students who require a self-contained setting. Finally, the student policies and procedures shall address secondary transition planning. And by January 31st, 2020, all feedback and revisions will be incorporated to DCPCSB's satisfaction. The second condition is around Montessori credentialing, which is a 2-part condition. First, by November 4th, 2019, one of the applicant's proposed school leaders will be actively enrolled in a Montessori administrative credentialing program to be completed prior to the school opening in school year 2020-21, or the applicant will have identified a new school leader who holds a Montessori administrative credential. Part 2 is that the school shall adopt the following additional mission-specific goal, which will be included in its standard for review at the 5-year review. Prior to the school's 5th year of operation, at least 80% of core content teachers will either hold a secondary Montessori teaching credential or be enrolled in a secondary Montessori teaching credentialing program. And we have a footnote there that teachers who already hold elementary Montessori credential will count towards the 80%. And the last condition is around enrollment. By July 1st, 2019, the school will sign an agreement committing that the following condition will be included in the school's charter. The school's opening year may have a maximum enrollment of 90 students total in grades 6 and 7, and the school may grow by 60 students each year until the school reaches a maximum enrollment of 450 students in grades 6 through 12.
Great. Thank you, Alyssa. So if there isn't any more discussion, I will take a motion on the Sojourner Truth School.
I move to approve the charter application of Sojourner Truth School with the conditions as proposed by staff.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table to approve Sojourner Truth. Do I have a second?
Second.
No, we've got a motion to approve and a second. So the motion on the table is to approve the charter application of Sojourner Truth School. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
All right, so we have 5 ayes and 1 abstention. Congratulations to the team. I hope that you'll take the comments, the conversation this evening in the spirit that it was meant, and that we really do believe that this is a model that we need in the city and more of in the city, but it needs to serve students who look like the entirety of our city. And I know from conversations, and I know from what you shared in your application, that is your hope, and now we need to see you make it a reality. So congratulations. The team will be talking to you in greater depth about the conditions, and thank you. All right. Last but not least, application.
Hi, my name is Annie O'Brien, and I am the lead reviewer of the Garden Education's charter application, a year-round community high school serving no more than 470 students with a curriculum driven by project-based learning and socio-emotional support via an on-site counseling center. The school's mission is to equitably transform student outcomes through rigorous and relevant teaching, consistent socio-emotional support, and rewarding community partnerships. The applicant wants to be located in wards 7 or 8.
Thank you. Who wants to open up with remarks? Naomi?
Sure, I'll go ahead and open up. Thank you. So along with the staff, I would say that my concerns about this application are focused in different areas, including the staffing plan, the curriculum, and just the idea of demand and the ability of the founding group. What I will say is that I think that there is potential here, but the idea of being able to move forward on the application that was presented to us this year, I don't feel comfortable moving forward in approval of the proposed plan.
Thank you, Naomi. Other comments from the board at this time? I will add just for myself that evaluating this application against our standard for approval was informative in that the application in its current form fails to meet many of the criteria that we've set out. So I'm very appreciative and supportive of the idea that the founding team has put forward. It just at this point does not meet the bar for authorization. So I will not be supporting the application either. There are no other comments from board members. I will take a motion on the garden education application.
I move to deny the charter application of the Garden Education School based on the issues identified in the board proposal.
Okay, there's a motion on the table to deny the charter application of the Garden Education School. Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion to deny the charter application, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. So the application is denied. Thank you again to the Garden Education founding team for their work and effort in putting forward the application. And that brings us, that brings us to, almost to a close. That brings us back to Katie.
Just a quick point of process. The next step in the process is that each applicant team, whether they were approved with conditions or denied this evening, will receive a formal decision letter from DCPCSB, either laying out the reasons for denial or the conditions of approval. Those letters will be received by applicant groups on or before June 4th. So, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Katie. All right. Now we move to notices of concern. Hannah and Jessica, I believe you're back up here. Would you like them both up? Okay. Hannah's going to speak to both Breakthrough Montessori PCS and Kingsman Academy PCS's matter at hand. If Breakthrough is here, please join us.
Hello again. Staff recommends that its board issue a notice of concern to Breakthrough Montessori Public Charter School and to Kingsman Academy Public Charter School for failing the 2019 Mystery Caller Initiative, which is part of the DCPCSB open enrollment policy. Across 2 rounds of calls, both schools provided non-compliant responses when asked questions about enrolling an English learner student. Therefore, staff considers these responses to be a pattern indicating a barrier to open enrollment. If the schools respond appropriately to mystery calls over the next several weeks, the board may lift the notice of concern at the July board meeting. Representatives from both schools are present to answer any questions you may have.
Can I just add something to that introduction? Which is that for several years, we have conducted our mystery caller effort focused exclusively on students with disabilities. So we have people posing as parents and guardians of students with disabilities, asking how those students might go about enrolling. This year, we expanded the scope of our policy to include English language learners. So we had people calling who didn't speak English. We had people calling asking questions about how their non-English speaking or non-native English speaking student would enroll. And I think it's notable that both of these schools are here for an English language violation, and it's just important to note that this is the first year that we have been implementing the policy or the program with respect to ELLs.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to address this matter. Breakthrough Montessori has reviewed the notice of concern, and we believe that the issue lies in two areas. First, our staff's familiarity with the open enrollment policy, and secondly, our procedures around message taking and telephone protocol. So we've already taken the following corrective steps. We have conducted a thorough study of the open enrollment policy with all of our front desk staff who answer the phones. We've prepared talking points on the open enrollment policy, which are displayed by the phones on both campuses so that any staff who happens to answer the phone is prepared to give accurate information. We are recording new voicemail greetings in Spanish, Amharic, and English. And we've also overhauled our voicemail system and just established a new protocol for taking phone messages to make sure that no messages are lost in the shuffle. So we believe these simple but important procedural steps will strengthen a lot of the work that Breakthrough has been doing since its founding to make sure that our school is accessible to families who speak languages other than English. Over a third of our staff is multilingual, and we have multiple speakers of Spanish, Amharic, Arabic, and French. We have 2 campuses, and both campuses are staffed by multilingual front desk receptionists from 7:30 to 6 o'clock, so that's including aftercare hours. We have a language access line account so that all families, prospective or enrolled, have access to certified and trained interpreters as needed. And our entire administrative staff is familiar with federal language access legislation, including Title VI. At Breakthrough, 24% of our students are ELL, and we have 22 different languages spoken among our family community. I'm accompanied this evening by Allison Jones, who is our Director of Student Supports, and she works diligently to make sure that accessibility and communication lie at the heart of our work with these families. And together with board member Rochelle Kimboko, we are very happy to answer any questions or provide additional clarification. Thank you.
I guess I'm just wondering, those sound like the right steps to take. Have you been able to identify who the staff member was? Has there been more staff training just to make sure that this doesn't happen again, in addition to the steps you've taken?
Yes, so we've had a couple of meetings. We had an initial meeting and then 2 follow-up meetings with the people who staff the front desk, both during the school day as well as in aftercare, to review the policy. The staff is very invested in correcting this action. I have observed them give accurate information since. One of our campuses is staffed by a bilingual English Amharic speaker, and the other is staffed by a bilingual Spanish English speaker, and they swap in the afternoon. They have gone so far as to learn how to write down a phone number in each other's languages, in Amharic and in Spanish, so that they are prepared even to take a very, very simple callback number for somebody who is communicating in either of those languages.
So process point here, we choose to move forward with this notice of concern, and I imagine this applies to the next one as well. Process from here will come back next month.
As is our standard process for lifting notices of concern, we ask for there to be a 2-month window to ensure that all corrective actions are pursued. So as I mentioned in my opening speech, we'll be conducting some more mystery calls over the next several weeks to ensure that both schools are providing appropriate responses. In addition to some of those steps you heard Breakthrough take, I've provided both schools with some additional resources that they can use to train staff and other members of their school.
Okay, thank you. Do we want to do Kingsman or do we want to vote? It's written as, well, let's do a motion for each.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
That's probably that. Okay, so do we have a motion on the notice of concern for Breakthrough Montessori?
I move to issue a notice of concern to Breakthrough Montessori PCS for failing the mystery caller initiative, which is part of the DCPCSB open enrollment policy.
Okay. Motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. All in favor. Okay. Well, we will be monitoring, quite literally, monitoring the situation, and hope we'll have adequate resolution when we come back in July then. Very good. Thank you. Kingsman.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Hodge. I'm Executive Director of Kingsman Academy Public Charter School. I do appreciate the feedback from the Mystery Caller Initiative. We were unaware that this was a problem. On our end, we actually overcorrected, I believe. We had all new staff in our front office and had not trained them on how to enroll students and told them who to direct enrollment questions to. And so they did what they were trained to do. The person on the other end did not pick up. And that's our responsibility for them not being responsive to those requests for information. So we have gone back to retrain everyone who might answer the phone or who may get the call forwarded to them about enrollment on our policies regarding enrolling ELs, and then some of the supports that are available to them should someone call on the phone in a language that they don't speak and can't respond to immediately. So we look forward to the opportunity to correct this moving forward and coming back in July.
Can you just say a little bit more about, so there's multiple messages left that were not returned?
They all went to the same person.
Okay.
And that's on us trying to figure out a way to make sure that we have a way to capture when someone is not returning their voicemails. That person is actually no longer at the school for unrelated reasons. So we do have an opportunity to kind of start fresh on these questions.
Okay. As you kind of went to where I was going, which is it seems like a more foundational level of training. It's not about sort of technical knowledge, but general responsiveness, which I would hope all of our schools would be better at.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Pretty straightforward. All right, can I get a motion?
I move to issue a notice of concern to Kingsman Academy Public Charter School for failing the mystery caller initiative, which is part of the DCPCSB open enrollment policy.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Naomi, Sheldon?
Aye.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. We'll see you back in July as well. All right. Next is a truancy notice of concern, and Jessica coming up. Kip. Great.
Hello again. Our staff requests that you vote to issue a notice of concern to KIPP DC Public Charter School for surpassing the truancy rate thresholds described in our attendance and truancy policy. KIPP DC AIM Academy and KIPP DC Quest Academy had truancy rates of 32.7% and 30.8% respectively, which exceed the elementary and middle school threshold of 30%. If the board votes to issue the notice of concern, we recommend that the notice be lifted at the July 2019 board meeting. The school is prepared to answer your questions. And maybe introducing yourself.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Butler, and I'm one of the vice principals at Quest Academy. First, we want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss with you today some of the efforts that we've been making to address the issues of truancy at Quest Academy. And we definitely appreciate the focus that your concerns have helped us to have been enlightened by your inquiry about our attendance. Quest Academy overall is a school that's filled with joy, learning, and relationship building. And our themes this year are learn and belong. We definitely want to strive to continue to build Quest as a community where students feel safe and as a place for them to learn and grow. So it was definitely alarming to us, the 30.8 truancy rate, and we're working very hard to decrease this rate. We believe we've experienced some challenges with truancy this year for a couple of reasons. The schools, it currently has a brand new leadership team. And there's been an increased focus on not just excusing absences for unnecessary or illegitimate reasons, school absences. So the school has really cracked down to try to ensure that reasons around medical reasons or family emergencies such as death or other issues are the only reasons for excuses from school. We definitely want to differentiate and provide structures and supports with our social work team, as well as our nurses, to provide families that have specific medical concerns with the supports that they need to ensure that they're at school as many days as possible. We also noticed that there was a historical practice of contacting parents when a student reached the threshold of 10 absences in order to allow the parents time to submit additional notes rather than submitting those CFSA ed neglect forms in a timely fashion. This also resulted in students accruing additional absences and parents not necessarily turning in their notices. To date, we are all up to date with our 10-day referrals to CFSA referrals. At this time, I want to just talk a little bit about some of the impactful efforts that Quest has been doing to promote good attendance at our school. One, we work to really streamline the attendance policy practices to really make sure that those people who were responsible were aware and accountable and compliant with the policies and procedures that were in place. We have a new attendance clerk that began in February, and she is catching up very quickly to the policies and regulations and making sure that she's able to adhere to those. We're making phone calls to parents when students are absent and really being diligent about collecting absence notes, as well as working with community organizations as Show Up and Stand Out, Community Connections, and WISE. We realize that we've been able to see since the proposed letter of concern or notice of concern that we have seen an increase in student attendance with 94.3% in seat attendance between April 23rd and 5/10, and a nearly 90% rate of improvement in students who were identified as truant since the beginning of April. I just want to emphasize again that we as a Quest leadership team and staff thoroughly understand the importance of consistent and daily student attendance, and we have not taken this board's concerns lightly. We are taking time and utilizing all of the KIPP DC resources and data points to determine the barriers for our students and families and problem solve with them to improve student attendance.
Good evening. My name is Alicia May, and I'm the principal of KIPP DC AIM Academy. I want to start by saying I have been a member of the KIPP DC AIM Academy community for the past 11 years. I am so privileged and honored to serve the students and families at AIM Academy, and I'm truly invested in improving AIM's truancy and chronic absenteeism problem. Attendance is absolutely an ongoing challenge at AIM Academy, and we are committed to ensuring that all students are in school on time and ready to learn daily. At AIM, an aspect of our focus priorities for the past 2 years have been creating an environment where students have a strong sense of belonging so that they want to come to school. We find that our current truancy rates are unacceptable, and we recognize we have more work to do, not just around truancy, but also for our students who are chronically absent. Some of the actions we've taken to dramatically decrease our truancy rate include working to hire an attendance coordinator for the Douglas campus. We just finalized interviews on Friday for 2 very qualified candidates, so we hope they will begin early next week. This is a long search process, and we haven't yet had the opportunity to see the positive impact from this because the person hasn't started yet, but we are very optimistic that this additional support will help us with targeted interventions and proactive incentives for our families. Additionally, we are hiring 2 additional social workers for AIM Academy next year. One is with a partnership with the Department of Behavioral Health. Another step we're taking is we are strengthening our partnership, our advisory program, so that all students feel connected to at least one adult and a small group of peers at school. We've increased the amount of time that our students spend in advisory so that that program can be strengthened. We are training those advisors on how to make calls to parents when students are absent so they can further understand the root cause of students' absences. We also are providing regular, predictable incentives for all students' attendance year-round. We've developed monthly and weekly incentives for attendance. We provide targeted attendance incentives for students with a history of truancy and chronic absenteeism by creating an individualized incentive plan for those students. And then our network, KIPP-DC and AIM in particular, is partnering with Turnaround for Children to improve our school culture and build a greater sense of belonging for all of our students. This has been a network-wide investment that we are really excited to see improvement. So currently the aforementioned incentives have been in response to our truancy problem. However, we do plan to continue these incentives throughout this school year and at the beginning of next year so that we can continue to see improvements in our overall attendance rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? I have one. I think it's always difficult for us to entertain these notices of concern at the end of the school year because the period that we're going to be looking at is right at the wrap up of the year. There's a reason for that because these accumulate, but many of the things that you both spoke to, I would hope are practices that are going to be, and you spoke to it most recently in your the last few seconds of your testimony, things that you incorporate into the way the schools work differently next year. Could you maybe just expound upon that a little bit? And then sort of a second question, which is, you all benefit from being part of a network that I've got to imagine struggles with some of the same challenges around attendance. So how that sort of plays into strengthening your particular school's approach.
Go ahead, you want to start?
Okay. So we definitely are building the structures and continuing to build the structures that really support great student attendance at our campus each and every day. Part of it is working with the culture of our community to make sure that we know and understand what are the barriers that are keeping families from getting to school, and to really work in partnership with them to really help them to overcome those barriers. And then of course in elementary schools in particular, we definitely want to continue to celebrate and build a culture where students feel absolutely well engaged in the learning that takes place on campus each and every day, and that there's joy that comes along with that. And so just continuing to improve and increase and build an engaging environment and culture within the school is something that we're working on. Much like Alicia, there are monthly incentives in place as we get towards the end of the school year. We're more robustly working on those so that we're rewarding students or recognizing students even on a weekly basis to kind of keep pushing forward through the end of the school year to really ensure that we're able to finish strong. And like Alicia as well, many of the things that we realized we needed to start towards the middle of the year are things that we definitely want to keep in place as we move towards the beginning of the next school year.
And I can speak a little bit to your second question. I think it's definitely been beneficial to be a part of a network, because the network has noticed trends and been able to help provide partnerships and resources. So, for example, we partnered with Proving Ground, which is a program out of Harvard's Graduate School of Education. We've been partnering with them to get training for us as principals and for our social work team to learn how to better intervene and help parents with attendance or truancy issues. I also think myself in particular, and this is the same for Ms. Butler, but we share campuses. And so we share families across schools in the same campus. And so we've also been able to strengthen, for example, I'm adding 2 social workers next year at AIM. Heights, the elementary school that's on campus, is also adding social workers so that we can work across our school building and across our campus to help families that struggle, because we do see a trend that if there's a 12-year-old who has chronic absenteeism issues, generally their younger siblings do as well. So I think those are some of the benefits of working in a strong network so that we can support one another, and there's a lot of cohesion and collaboration that happens, especially across social work teams.
Thank
you. Ms. Butler, you said that you're going to amend your policy so that excused absences are only around illness, and I think you said a death in the family.
We definitely know funerals, death in families, medical emergencies, and other maybe extenuating circumstances may cause for an excused absence. And so we just absolutely want to adhere to that policy.
What were the issues you were hearing before?
Mom's at home sick. And so I'm not able to get my children to school. Issues around perhaps sometimes transportation and access to being able to have reliable transportation to get students to school. And while I think we can all empathize, I've got my husband with a car that broke down on him over the weekend. While we can definitely empathize with situations like that, we also have to think about how we help build support networks within our schools so that there are maybe pockets of communities where you can call somebody to help get a carpool going, or just a neighbor who can help to support you if you're going to be ill, to help your child get to school. And so we're really exploring those kinds of kind of out of the box kinds of things so that we can try to really improve and help support families.
Are most of your students at your 2 schools walkers? Are they within walking distance?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
A huge portion of my families are local in the community. They don't all walk because there are local buses that get them across Suitland Parkway, for example, but the majority of my students live within the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. I would say the same thing. Most of our students, there's a good percentage of students who do walk, but there are others who access public transportation as well.
We've had similar schools serving similar populations in front of us dealing with the same issue. And I think it sounds like you've done a lot of thoughtful analysis of the root causes. And so I just would encourage you to get to those root causes before you implement really hard to reach policies and standards. I think maybe the point that my colleague was also getting at is just that sometimes those high standards are fantastic, of course, but we want to make sure that the resources you just talked about are actually in place before we apply them to families.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, if I can add, I think we've done a lot of, KIP has done a great job of training principals on the difference between truancy and chronic absenteeism, and we're trying to combat both. And so I know the excused absences and medical excuses gets at the truancy piece, but I know in the middle school we're working really diligently to try to also combat the chronic absenteeism issues, because we see that often same families and same students year over year are that same group of students. And so I definitely think that as a network, it's something that we've named, and we're really working to train leaders and train teachers and trickle down to advisors and families as well, to make sure that families recognize that any day missed for any reason, excused or not, is a hours of learning that has an impact, especially over time.
All right. There aren't any other questions from the board. Naomi Shelton is recused from this vote, but if someone else would like to make a motion.
I move to issue a notice of concern to KIPP DC Public Charter School for surpassing the truancy threshold in DCPCSB's attendance and truancy policy at its AIM Academy and Quest Academy campuses.
Got a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye. 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 Thank you. We'll see you back here in a few months. Thank you. All right. Next on the agenda is Monument Academy. And our Executive Director, Scott Pearson, will be introducing the matter at hand. Thank you, Monument leadership, for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Over the past year, the board has been addressing a number of compliance and safety issues with Monument Academy, which has led the Public Charter School Board to significantly increase its scrutiny of the school, including having staff visiting the school multiple times over the past several months. As part of that scrutiny, we have been considering the school's plans for next year, which would involve a significant reduction in the school staff count, even as the population of the school increases. By way of example, the school currently has a staff of approximately 104 staff for a student body of 107 students. And at our last review, it appeared that the staff count was going down to 77, while the student body was rising to 120, so that the student to staff ratio was going to decline significantly, even as we have seen extraordinarily high rates of student suspensions, very high rates of parent complaints, many of them alleging safety issues, significant issues of compliance with special education law, other safety issues, and the failure at this point by our analysis of the school to meet any of its academic goals. So we wanted to have this public discussion to address these issues with the school, and specifically to understand how, with these significant staffing reductions, the school that already appears to have some real safety concerns will be a safe environment for students and will be poised to improve its academic performance, given that the school is due to be up for a 5-year review in the fall. So that's my introduction. Staff has prepared several questions that board members may wish to ask, as well as any other questions that you all may have.
Great. Thank you, Scott. I'd love to give you an opportunity to perhaps introduce yourselves and if you all have some opening remarks to make.
Sure. I'm Charles Moore, the chair of the board.
I'm Keisha Morris, the executive director. Emily Bloomfield, founder, CEO.
We don't have a tremendous number of opening remarks. The only thing I'll say up front is, we welcome the opportunity to have additional conversation with you all. I think the numbers don't always reflect the reality, and there are many cases where I think the staff analysis doesn't match, I think, technically our understanding, and so there may be places where to get to alignment with the Public Charter School Board, we'll have to have more conversation, and we'll look forward to that. The second thing I'll say is the number one thing that we think about as a board and as a staff, as you all do, is having a safe learning environment where students are set up to progress academically, and that is 100% of where we have been focused as a board. And so we're happy to have a discussion with you about that.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here this evening. Board members.
Sure. I guess thank you for that. I think for me, safety would be ground zero. And I saw some numbers today from the staff that I wanted to better understand. So I understand that you've reported over 1,800 level 4, 5, and 6 serious safety incidents this year. And level 4, 5, and 6 incidents include bullying, physical aggression, destruction of school property, possession of flammables or weapons, gang-related violence, sexual misconduct, or sexual assault. Can you tell us a little bit more about these 1,800 events that have happened this year and what's being done to address safety at the school?
So one, thanks for the question. I'll give a bit of a response and then enable Emily and Keisha to add on as we need. I think one of the things I would note about that is the general trend throughout the year is a decrease in the number of incidents, and particularly the highest level incidents. There's a set of factors that we saw at the beginning of the year, many of which I think we will try to address going into next year. One of which is just our ability to understand students' needs as they enter the school. One crucial thing is this is the first year we participated in the lottery, which is helpful in being able to understand students' needs ahead of when they first step foot into the school, and to be able to design supports to help them be successful. The second thing I'll note is, the grander story about Monument is a story about students with a tremendous set of needs, and for the most part have not been successful in other schools. I think one thing, as we've been interacting with staff, I think that we continue to say is it's not easy to simply compare Monument to other schools because Monument serves the students that have not been successful in other schools, and in many cases, students that have been sort of pushed out from other schools. So yes, our incidence of unacceptable behavior is higher. Of course, anything more than zero is not a place we want to be, and generally we've seen that come down. We certainly would like to do more to have it continue to decrease over time.
Yeah, and I would say when you look at the trend over time, it is the work that we are currently doing. It's not just about a plan for next year, it's the behaviors that we have in place, who's put together really effective behavioral intervention plans for students. And we have seen, as Charles said, a pretty significant reduction so that our lost instructional time now is sort of at or below our goal. The challenge is that suspensions and data like that are cumulative, and so you can't redo the past, but the important thing is how are you doing going forward. And our commitment is actually to work with kids, as Charles has said, who have struggled in other schools, to actually look at that and stare at it and say, how are we going to work with students so that this behavior, these are often trauma-based responses, how are we working on what's underlying that so that these students are developing better coping skills and reducing those types of responses?
Absolutely, and grateful for your focus on the target population that you have at Monument that is so important to the city. Kind of as further note of just the safety concerns, though, we noted that there were 17 incidents of children possessing a weapon on campus. Can you tell us a little bit more about what is a weapon, a little bit more about what these incidents were and how you've dealt with those?
Yeah, and again, this is another area where anything more than 0 is a concern, and every incident merits a forceful response here. Just a couple of things to note. The first is some of the instances, if a kid has a stapler and uses it in a threatening way, that would be coded as a weapon. So there is a spectrum here. The other set of things that are done in a preventative way is as students return to school, there are things like physical checks and bag checks to hopefully discover any weapons that would be coming into school. But for sure, obviously it presents a safety challenge, and that's something that we find unacceptable and want to continue to drive down much lower.
So besides staplers, what are some of the other weapons you've seen in the school?
Had little pieces to the blinds that have been broken off, and if they use it in a threatening manner, a broken table leg, or things that they are finding from thing that they use in a threatening manner, put it, call it weapon, even staff code it. And I also just wanted to mention that some of the work that we've asked our behaviors to do is to help our staff have a better understanding as to the levels of how they are documenting the incidences, because it could be considered subjective, and so we realized that. And so part of the work that we needed from him is to help our staff understand that if I'm using a stapler like this, should I code that as a weapon, or should I code it in a different manner? Or if I am seeing some behavior that might be considered typical middle school behavior, even though inappropriate, that we might not want to code it as sexual that nature. So some of the work is around getting our staff to understand how they should be labeling the behaviors that they are logging into our system.
And to be clear, this is not to suggest that every incident is sort of insignificant. So that wasn't the intention there. It was more to provide context. For sure, there are more serious situations, but we, take all of them seriously.
Just this is my last kind of question around that front then. Also maybe around categorization, but I understand there were 40 incidents of sexual misconduct and 4 incidents of sexual assault. What does that mean, and how have you dealt with that, and what are you doing on that front?
Yeah, I think that's, I'll let Emily just speak to it, but it's another place where it sort of runs the gamut from things like horseplay that is more sexualized, where the intervention would probably be more like education for the students and coaching, to things that are more serious. I think the other thing that I think we take seriously as adults who are responsible for kids is a lot of our students themselves have experienced sexual trauma outside of the school and before they attended the school. And so these incidences are very important for us to prevent and understand, and help the kids not be re-traumatized as these things come up. But I'll let Keisha and Emily speak to the specifics here.
I think you did a pretty good job at answering it.
So what is the student life coaching that goes on in these situations? What kind of curriculum do you have in place, or how do you deal with these students when these incidents are happening? That is a high number.
So we would be, our well-being would take place. There would be a well-being referral that gets put in, that student would get linked with one of our clinicians, so that they would then go in and have a further conversation about it and determine whether or not they need to have further therapy and link them with one of our, kind of like make a plan based on the conversation. And develop safety plans. That's a really important part of the work too.
And is this well-being team the team that is being cut from 8 to 4 people?
It's not being cut, it's being shifted.
Can you describe that better?
Yeah, so it starts with, I think one place where we probably want to have more conversation is there are places where I think your understanding is that we're cutting when there's actually things that look more like reclassification of positions. And so, again, more conversation is warranted on that. For the well-being team, there are some reclassifications. And then next year, we intend to use an external provider to support many of the counseling hours and many of the services that we are providing currently through full-time staff. So we intend to deliver the same services, but the configuration of adults will be different next year.
The reason I ask is because when we met on Thursday, you described a reduction of the behavioral staff from 8 to 4 and said that that would be made up for with this external provider. But I spoke with the external provider today who said that their plan is to staff the school with one person and that person would be a postgraduate student who was under the supervision of a licensed clinical supervisor, and that person would be earning his or her hours to become a fully licensed clinical worker. So it sounded to us like you were replacing 4 people with 1 postgrad.
Yeah, so SMILE provides us with clinicians, for 1 clinician for every 20 hours. They will increase however many therapists that we need based on our, so for every 20 hours we get an additional counselor. That's one side. We also, on our staff, we will have a school counselor that will provide the IEP hours, and we have 1 plan for now unless there's a higher demand, and then we'll look to add a second. And then in addition to those, we have a clinician on staff, so a clinical manager and the director of well-being, who also carry cases.
I think we should explore that further because the SMILE CEO told me that they were assigning 1 person to the school. And when I look at the entire staff of SMILE, it's not more than 5 or 6 people, and they are assigned to multiple schools throughout the District of Columbia.
When we met, that was our agreement. Our agreement was we have enough demand for 1 now, and for every 20 hours, they'll give us an additional.
But we can discuss further.
I had do people have further questions about specifically about the incidents? Because I don't want to. So you reported 88 incidents of student elopement since August. Can you describe elopement and how you've tried to address the issue?
Yeah, so another place where one term is describing a varied set of behaviors. For some kids, it is they're escalated, and their coping mechanism is I need to take a walk outside of the building. The policy in those situations is to have a staff member follow the student at a safe distance for the entire time where they are away from the school. So that is the basic policy for elopement. I think a big part of the work is to build students skills to be able to self-regulate, be able to identify their emotions, to de-escalate in the moment. And there's a curriculum, set of strategies, and a set of adult interventions that are aimed to do that. And so, yes, elopement happens. We have a policy to ensure kids are maximally safe while that is happening.
And I would just add to the part of it is driven by one particular outlier. And the other one is if you look, because we submitted the data to you, that the trend over time is that we demonstrate the effectiveness because the trend over time is a significant decrease in the number of elopements during the year.
So I'm a little concerned about the trend over time because you described a policy where your new head of behavior has been coaching staff or instructing staff to reapproach how they classify incidents. So when we see a reduction in incidents, it's not completely clear to me whether there has been a reduction in incidents or reduction in the coding of incidents.
It's very hard to respond to. It's a very general concern. Like if we want to review the logs and further discussion, I think that's would be granted, but I'm not sure how one would even respond to that general concern.
We heard about one specific elopement incident where a student left the school, came back with former students, one of whom had a knife and threatened a teacher with the knife. How many times we've heard about table legs and pieces of blinds, but how many times has there been an issue with a knife or a gun?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you. I don't know of any guns, exception prior to, and I know of.
And out of these 1,800 level 4, 5, and 6 incidents, how many times were the police called?
I don't know off the top. We'd have to go through log by log, but we do call police if students go beyond the block, and when there's safety involved, but it could be somebody calling from an individual cell phone or the main phone, but it is logged into the incident report.
And I guess just to contextualize this, the issue is, like you say, you're making progress. We see these very, very high numbers, but we're looking at a change from almost a 1-to-1 student to teacher ratio to closer to 1-to-2. And so, for example, Mr. Moore, you talk about how if a student elopes, somebody goes and follows that student. Well, is that going to be as possible if there are, 30 or more fewer staff in the building?
Scott, I appreciate the question. I'll reiterate that, and we've talked about this in our conversation that we've had with you and other board members, that yes, safety is a primary concern of the board. So we hear you on that. The area where I think that it requires more discussion is the analysis of the number of staff. I think is incorrect from a technical perspective. First is that I think it's based on the number of teachers that we had in the budget last year, not where we are today and how we've adjusted the staff to meet the needs of the student population. So again, I think it's a place for more conversation. The second thing to say is there are places, again, like we talked about with the well-being staff, where it's a shift from full-time employees to external service providers, and that sort of on the face of it changes the ratio, but it doesn't necessarily change the number of adults. And your question said there are also a set of questions about the teachers, and as we seek to say shift the schedule to move more of the core classes earlier and the extracurriculars to later in the evening, there's also a shift in the adult set that happens. And so your framing of the actual ratios, I think, is incorrect, but we welcome further discussion to actually align with you all on what the actual numbers are. But we certainly hear your concern. The final thing I'll say is I think in some ways it's been very positive, the discussion that we have had with you over the last couple of weeks. And to the extent to which we may be slimmer on certain positions, for instance, you all have talked to us about the number of dedicated aides. I think we are currently formulating a plan to probably add more dedicated aides or teacher assistants. We need to work through the full economics of that, but I think the main message is, like, we've heard that concern, and we are currently formulating a plan to address the specific areas where they're concerned about the subsequent ratios. But again, I think it's a place for further discussion about the actual numbers, because I think the analysis that you're conducting isn't factually correct.
One question on the incidents. Do those manifest differently in the residential portion of the program versus the traditional school day? That may not be how you guys divvy it up, but I'm just trying to understand for those students, like, when the incidents are happening, are you noticing specific patterns? Because again, we'll come back to, and how do you staff over time to make sure that those are being addressed where they are more likely to occur?
Yes, so we keep, every single incident is logged by the date, time, the person, the breakdown of what happens, and what time of day. So we know if it's happening academic day or during, so all that data is collected, and we know that, so we're then able to kind of use that information to guide our decisions around our staffing.
And are there generalizable trends that you would point to, either for this year or across the duration of the school's existence, as to where incidents happen more often, or more serious incidents happen?
Yeah, I would say that more the incidences tend to happen more during the academic day, which is why we've used our behavior support team more effectively and our security person, so that we have more visibility in hallways. Someone checking the cameras and monitoring during transitions in particular.
Thank you.
On the elopements, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. I know you said part of that may be a student's coping mechanism. So that seems like that wouldn't be something that's reported. Like if the student has in its behavior plan, like when he is or she is really riled up, it's time to walk around the block. So I'm trying to understand, like, were those just incorrectly reported if they were things that were in the student's behavior plan, or elopements when a student actually, like, leaves without permission?
Yes, so it can be in a student's plan that they can have a break or ask to walk, but if they leave out of frustration, an adult will follow them, but that would be coded as elopement.
Okay, so that seems like something you probably have changed. Is this one of the areas where you're not changing that?
No, that's consistent. It's really about plan, permission versus not. And so there's no change in the coding.
I'm not sure if we've moved to a different subject, but I did want to talk about and kind of just understand it from the data that we collected. I think I understand that at least, I believe 12 students were supposed to have manifestation hearings that did not have documentation, and of those, 8 were not held in accordance with IDEA. And of those 8, 6 were not held at all. So I know that there's been some movement of staff, but that to me strikes as a pretty serious procedural issue. Can you just talk about, like, what changes you've made both in staffing but also in a culture, so that folks understand, like, how important manifestation hearings are to actually hold, because they're not just a procedural check, they're a time for the school to reset and reflect around the student's behavioral plan.
Yeah, so the first thing is that obviously compliance with the special education law is just really important, and we have to get it right every time. And whenever there's been a question about whether we've done the right thing for a student, I think we've taken it seriously, investigated, and tried to understand what's happening. This was a specific issue that I was actually asking staff about earlier, and it's probably something that we should follow up on. I think for the hearings that have not, or the conversation that have not happened, I think for the almost all of them, we've reached out to families multiple times to try to schedule the conversations, but yet they haven't happened. If there's a gap in the documentation of that, I think for sure we need to address it, and we can follow more detail. But I sort of assure you that we understand the importance of the compliance and want to make sure as a whole and for individual students we're getting it right.
Okay. And again, I just will echo, it's not just a compliance activity, it's an opportunity to really level set. That's why it's required.
That's well understood, yes.
If I could follow up on that about the special ed compliance. Last school year, the school's third year of operation, we received complaints regarding systemic special education compliance issues. And we contacted OSSI, who conducted a follow-up on the following concerns: that students' individualized education plans contained forged or missing signatures, that parents were not invited to manifestation determination review meetings, that compensatory education hours were not being met, that IEPs were being copied from year to year and also from one student to another, that the LEA was not completing its triennial evaluations, and that the LEA had lowered student hours on their IEPs to allow the LEA the ability to provide the services. So the school hired an outside investigator to conduct a review and developed an action plan. And one of the action steps was that you said, we have addressed this issue by terminating the special education coordinator responsible for this incomplete documentation. We've redeployed our director of academics to focus on special education program part-time. We've also hired a new special education coordinator, and we are hiring a second special education coordinator for the coming year, along with a dedicated administrative assistant. And we also will have a dedicated manager of special education compliance. This team is currently working through all the IEPs to ensure compliance and thorough documentation on all evaluations and to improve the quality of IEP writing. Now, this is the new team, and we've heard about the significant deficiencies in the manifestation determinations. But looking ahead to next year, your proposed staffing plan shows a reduction in the special education department with the removal of two of the positions that you highlighted in your action plan as needing to become compliant: a special education coordinator and the manager of special education compliance. And in addition, other staff responsible for students' mental health are being cut, including the chief of well-being and clinical services, manager of student support, the director of family and community engagement, and a residential youth care worker. And so the question is, with the issues that are currently existing with your special education compliance, how is the proposed budget for next year going to improve compliance with IDEA?
So several places to respond there. I think I would start with, I think the framing of the question is not a fair characterization, but the situation you described in the beginning of where we were now over a year ago, I think is in some ways a testament to how seriously the board takes it. We formed a special board committee, we brought in outside resources. The goal was to get to the root of the problem, and we searched resources. For sure, we were not in compliance, and we recognized the importance of both being in compliance and, to your point, delivering services in the best interest of kids. So we have improved significantly since then, but again, the board took that situation very seriously. On your second point or question, they're all sort of in there together. I think you're driving on a baseline of staffing that is incorrect. Again, I think it starts with what was the proposed staffing at the beginning of last year versus where we've been throughout this year. And so, for instance, one of the coordinators was on leave for some portion of the year, and so we've basically been handling the caseload with two special education coordinators. And then as we look forward to the anticipated needs for next year, knowing the specific students, some of whom are graduating. The expectation is that we should be able to handle the caseload with just one coordinator. Of course, if the students' needs are different than we anticipate, we will devote additional resources to that. Again, another place where I think the comparison set leads to potentially different conclusion than we think is warranted, and happy to follow up on the details there. But I think the main thing is we will continue to base the resourcing against the special education work, both the compliance and actually delivering quality services based on the actual needs of students.
Can we, I think this point has come up just a couple of times. Can you just tell us how many students you have this year and how many staff, and then how many you expect next year and how many staff? I think, because you keep saying that the number is off, so I just want to make sure we're working with the right number.
Yeah, so, and I'll let Keisha and Emily, I think, again, a place where I think we need to go into more detail. We are aiming for an enrollment of 120. I think we're about at 107 or 108 today. And so, yes, slightly more, but smaller than where we were anticipating at the beginning of last year. That also accounts for some of the differences in staffing. On the academic side, I think...
just total staff. So 120 next year, and how many staff?
I don't have the specific number.
78.
Okay, and this year is 107?
We're at about 97 right now.
Staff. And 107 students.
And the other thing I would add is per the conversation had and the revisiting of the adding of additional dedicated aides and potentially one or two other positions, it would be higher than that. But the other thing I think is there were positions thrown into this mix around special education that were actually not correctly identified. And so I was wondering, Keisha, if you could speak to that, of how that's distributed and the number of coordinators.
So there are currently 2 coordinators and 1 manager of SPED coordinators. We're moving to a director of student services, which is a shift. So instead of being a manager of coordinators, director of student services, and 1 coordinator. So there is a decrease by 1. However, as Charles had mentioned, we were decreased 1 for most of the year and still able to handle the caseload. And knowing that we're graduating several students, I believe that decreasing by 1 coordinator will still allow us to be compliant in our SPED department. And again, as we stated, if we see that there's a larger demand than we anticipated, then there will be the room to add another coordinator.
And then some of the other positions identified, like our director of family engagement, actually is in the special education department. Neither is the youth care worker,
nor is the chief of well-being.
Right.
But all of those positions do exist. They're just not in that department. So there's a director of well-being next year. There is a manager of family engagement next year. So these positions are not going away. We still have them. They're just not part of our SPED team.
Yeah. The thing I just want to emphasize here is, and I wasn't trying to be evasive on your question. I just think that it's hard to compare it just on the total numbers for several reasons. One is there are places where there are reallocations of positions that's not fully understood in the analysis I think you all are doing. There are places, like we mentioned, where we'll have external providers that, again, there will be adults providing services. They just may not be on staff. If we look at our evening staff, we've been at 2 house parents per home with a roving person overnight. That's basically the same setup we'll have going forward. When we look at the total number of academic student-facing staff, it's going to be about the same load. And we have heard the concern about the number of dedicated aides and teaching assistants. And like we said before, we plan to increase that number and come back as we integrate it into our budgeting plan for next year. And so I understand the question. I think it's important. I just welcome the opportunity to get on the same page about exactly what's happening, because I think the characterization can sometimes be off because we're thinking about different numbers.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, I was in the meeting with your board and staff on Thursday, and I can appreciate that there's shifts and different names. I mean, we are talking about at least it sounds like 20 or so folks that are not, there's 20 folks that are not there next year that are here this year, and I appreciate that we can better understand what exactly those are.
Yes.
But I think it is important that we just get to that baseline understanding that there's a gap between this year and next year.
In terms of other services, provided for students, the boarding students in particular, your handbook says that you rely on children and adolescent mobile psychiatric CHAMP services that occur between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m. Will this be the same protocol moving forward?
We also have our director of well-being who is on call during those hours, and our director of student life.
So how, if at all, will any of the services and supports change in a different staffing and proposed budget? For the residential program?
Ask again, I'm sorry.
How, if at all, will any of the supports or services provided for students in the boarding program be different at your proposed budget?
For student life, it's not changing. The one change is the one floating overnight person.
Okay.
Everything else is the same.
Thank you.
Just following up on the staff numbers, up to this point, the school has not been meeting its goals. As an alternative accountability school, the targets for your school's goals are measured against similar populations in DC. Next year, according to the budget you submitted, you plan to reduce the number of teachers and teachers' aides from 26 to 16. According to your budget, you're removing 8 academic teachers and TAs from the budget, including a 6th grade math teacher, a math interventionist, 2 special education teachers, and 4 assistant teachers. How will your students benefit academically from these reductions in teachers, and how will you ensure that students have consistent access to engaging and well-planned lessons with future teachers?
So the first thing, Scott, is I think the premise of the question is incorrect. Even the listing of some of those positions, we plan to have them next year, so it may be another place where we need to get aligned and make sure there isn't a miscommunication here. The second thing I'll say is it's not just a quantity thing. I think we have been very focused on quality, especially the second half of the year. We've been really pushing on teacher skills, on coaching. We'll continue really focusing there as well, and as well as trying to retain the teachers who are high quality today and showing a lot of promise. I think that is the core of the strategy to improve the outcomes that we've seen over time. And it should probably start as a baseline to say, I think we all would like to see faster student progress. There's no doubt about that. And so I think we are aligned, and I can assure you that we as a board have been consistently pushing in that direction, and no one is satisfied with where we are. I disagree with the framing of the question about numbers in the academic plan, but that is what we are planning to do to improve the academic progress next year.
And I would add a couple of corrections too, because it's not the case that we've never met any of our goals. We have not met all of them every year, and we have not met enough of them, but it's not the case that we have not met any of our goals. And in areas where we haven't in general, we've shown at least an upward trend over time in many of those. It's not, again, I want to reiterate, it's not good enough. and we know we can do better. And one advantage of going into next year is it's the first year where we're not growing a grade, where we actually, because every year we add a number of staff into a very deep, challenging work that requires deep skill sets across multiple levels. So you're adding a high, pretty relatively high concentration of new people who have to learn on the job with existing people. And next year, where you get to do the same thing over again, and I can't understate how much that really matters in terms of stabilizing the work, stabilizing the adults, digging in deeply. And I think we see a lot of promise moving forward. Our QSR came back, actually, I think, fairly favorable and showing a lot of promise of improvement. And it's really a focus of where our instructional staff has been putting their time. And in fact, our QSR came back better than some, I think, schools that we really admire, like E.L. Haynes, not as high as some of the top ones, but we think that's evidence of promise to come. And the other thing I would say, two of our goals that I realize aren't sort of strictly academic, but I think they are really important to the foundation of our students, is ensuring that all our 8th graders have visited at least 3 colleges as part of their looking forward and goal setting for life, and we are achieving that. And the other one is our 8th grade transition plans. And I have to say, I think this is pretty significant. So we had, I think it was roughly 94% of our students participating in the My Schools DC lottery. They learned about the different high schools. They picked the ones they wanted. We had children apply to and get accepted into selective high schools. And this is in an environment where it was really the lift of particularly our family engagement team, who did a fantastic job. I think all but 4 of those families, only roughly 4 families, completed the application independently of the work that our staff did. These are families that often are very late to, or don't participate in the lottery, wind up in default schools, or maybe if they go to another school on a waiting, they get in because there's open spaces, and our staff really worked proactively with them through the application process. But it wasn't just that, and a lot of that was pushing, pulling, going to where families are. But even so, once those students got in, then it was filling out the paperwork to actually enroll. And again, our family engagement team really did everything in their power, taking kids to schools, doing what was important. And these kids are going to be going to significantly different schools than they might have otherwise had we not done that work and invested the time. And the other thing that they're doing as part of that process is working with kids to develop a transition plan for high school. What classes do they need to take? Why is attendance important? What are they, what are their aspirations? What do they need to accomplish in terms of course credits to be ready for college? So it's really not waiting, because we know 9th grade is such an important year. And I do think that is a meaningful goal and one that we will hit.
So thank you for sharing that. Hearing about the need and to go above and beyond for kids who've not been served well, we know that's incredibly important. But I understand that you may be removing your director of family and community engagement for school year 1920. Is that correct? And after hearing about the impact that role has had, what are your plans for addressing concerns and complaints that role has managed in the past, as well as all of the above and beyond work you just described?
Well, we still have a family engagement team. We still have a manager of family engagement, and who is very much a part of that process too, and other support staff who will continue to help. And a lot of the director has had a huge impact, and one of the things he's done is actually develop what this 8th grade transition plan is. And now it exists, and it's actually implemented through advisory. And so that there's other staff who manage advisory. So he's actually helped build the infrastructure for this and teach our staff what needs to be done and how to do it. And so
are you saying other staff will take on that scope of responsibility?
Yeah, including the manager of family engagement.
Yeah, I have more of a statement than a question. I asked for a delay in this meeting because when you have a conversation about safety in a public meeting, it's very high stakes. I didn't feel that I had the information necessary to really determine what the safety issues were. We're on a stage in a public meeting defining what a weapon is. Is it a stapler or is it a knife? I still don't know. There are totally different narratives around what the staffing levels are and what vendors are going to do to backfill. I'm not accustomed to hearing us go into this level of detail around things that sound pretty speculative to me, particularly with a school that's in its 4th year. There are challenges at Monument Academy, and it's the only school in Washington, D.C. that's designed to serve students in foster care. Is there a more vulnerable population at any single one of the more than 200 public schools we have in D.C. than Monument Academy? I mean, what do we expect? What's going to happen when we decided to have a public school that served the absolute most vulnerable kids in the city, in a city that has a high foster care population? Where do these kids go without Monument Academy? Where do they go? We're speculating about all this stuff here. And like, what's going to happen to these kids? This isn't KIPP. It's not Washington Latin. You know, we get these alternative schools up here that go out of their way to serve the most vulnerable kids in this high poverty, high crime city, and they're up here all the time defending themselves. I want to be clear that I'm not diminishing safety concerns. I'm not. Kids should be safe when they're in school. We have safety issues much worse than anything I've heard tonight at lots of schools, and they haven't been subjected to this level of scrutiny. So I'm actually genuinely confused about why we're having this discussion, and I just want to say that on the public record, as long as all these speculations are being said.
So Steve, I would agree with your statement about the seriousness with which we should consider this school given the population it serves. I think that the conversations that we have had with the school and the board and the data that much of it is a matter of public record, is why we're having this conversation, so that we can do our duty as a board to highlight what we see as some really concerning issues that, and I think part of my reticence for delaying this conversation in any way is that it's the end of May now, and that some of the decisions being made by the board and by the school and its board will impact how they enroll and how they staff. So I think it's incumbent upon us to have this conversation sooner rather than later, to not by any means diminish the challenge of what you all signed up for as a school and as a board 4 years ago. But I personally feel like the issues are such that we need to be discussing it now. So just offer that up.
Yep.
And I don't want to be unfair to
I'm not
to the school.
disagreeing with the level of severity here. I'm saying I don't have the information necessary to form an opinion about what's going on here. I was handed, as was everybody else here, a packet of data at 5:30 this evening, and I don't know what it means, and I still don't. We've got the leaders of the school here, and I don't know. You know, we've been told to focus on all these safety issues. I still don't know what it means that you had X number of weapons. When I hear weapon, I think a knife and a gun, and it doesn't sound like that's necessarily what happened here. So again, what I think is unfortunate is that we're having a clumsy interrogation here that's very, very high stakes. I asked for a delay of a month so that we could dig into the questions that we're now having in a public meeting about what staffing levels mean, about what safety incidents mean, and I still don't know. And I don't think this is a good way of going about this.
Okay. Well, for my part, I will agree to, I guess we'll agree to disagree on that, given that this is a conversation that we've been having, or at least members of us have been having with the board and this leadership team for the last 3-4 weeks since we first met, where our team has met with the school as recently as last week to gather additional information, much of it information that I would think you would have in a format to share with us. Budget, we're not talking about two or three staff member differential. We're looking at 20 staff members who may not be there next year at the same time that there's an increase in the number of students. So I completely understand if we're not able to say, we're using a service provider to defer 1 or 2 members. We're talking some pretty big numbers, to the point that my vice chair raised earlier, that we're still unsure of. And those are some of the questions that I'm concerned that we still don't have answers to at almost the close of May.
And I'll just add to that. While I appreciate that there's a spectrum of severity with using the weapons as an example, we're talking about a denominator of 17, which is not such a large number that it's impossible to recall how many fall into where on the spectrum. And it should be, whether or not it's provided to us in writing or being able to be spoken to, 17 is only divided so many ways. And that's a concerning spectrum. So, I don't think it's unreasonable in a relatively short period of time, though, to what Rick said, we have been speaking for a couple weeks now. So I appreciate, Steve, your concern, but I also think that the stakes are pretty high. We're talking about a very vulnerable population that has not been served well for a long time. So it is incumbent on us to be having this discussion now in the public.
I'll just add on again, I do believe safety is ground zero. And as I said in one of our earlier discussions, please also let the board know what help do you need to make your school successful. You are serving one of the most vulnerable populations that we don't want to give up on. I know I don't want to give up on. And I appreciate all the hard work that you've got going on to make this school successful. And how can we help or others help in your journey?
Yeah, I will say I appreciate many of the perspectives from everyone here. For sure, we signed up for what may be the hardest challenge, and I think something that no one else has really figured out. And so it hasn't been as successful as we'd always want. And I think our push is always to continue to make it better, to improve it, because we know the students need it, and we need to set them up for success in their lives. The second thing is, agnostic of whether we should have had the conversation more private, more public, I think the overall push that you all have made, like, we hear you on the concern. It is really important to us as a board and as a staff to ensure that we have both a safe learning environment and we're set up to drive academic progress. That's what we are here to do. And to the extent to which we can revise our plan to better accomplish those things, I think that is something that we are going to do, and in the process of coming back with a specific set of details on it. And so, I hope you all appreciate that we hear you, and I think we care about the same things. And to the extent to which there are times where I feel like I'm explaining and sometimes almost excusing, I think what we're trying to do is really just provide context, and where appropriate, we're happy to continue the conversation and provide more details to make sure we are operating on the same basis of facts.
Yeah, and I would say to the question of how can you help, I mean, it's not just you, right? It's, I think we have by design and deliberately looked at the most difficult challenges, obstacles that are in the way of kids that are not by their design, and who face a lot of barriers and are often traumatized in the way that they are approached in many school settings, and arrive often not feeling positively about school. So how are we working to make that a better experience? And we also know these kids really can learn. I mean, we have seen kids really be able to accelerate, identify their passion, and I think one of the things that we're really proud of too is implementing the student-led conferences this year and really getting kids to own their own learning, to look at their own data. They have their own dashboards now looking at their social emotional learning and the DBT skills that they're practicing, looking at their academic data, their MAP scores, and beginning to identify what do they want for themselves. I would say as a system in this city, there is so much failure. It's really tragic. It is really hard to look at kids and families who live with, 35% of our kids are homeless. And these are still parents who work multiple jobs. They may have other kids, and they don't have time to get their kids to the doctor, so they're dealing with unattended mental health needs, unattended physical health needs. There's not a lot of follow-through from core agencies. There's a lot of money spent with very fragmented services, and one of the things that we are really working to do is how do we wrap around kids with our social worker and bring in more service providers, find organizations, partner with Sasha Bruce for our older kids who are essentially like unaccompanied minors, so that they have safe places to be, find mentors for kids who are looking after their families and thinking about whether they need to sell drugs to make feed their family. And so what we really need is a lot of collaboration and work and recognizing that nobody likes failure, nobody wants things to be unsafe, and it's very hard to work in isolation and not to be able to actually talk really radically and transparently about what it is we're looking at and what are the obstacles and how are we gonna, have open conversations. I feel like accountable, alternative schools often work in these sort of shadows of, why aren't you doing better? And instead of like, how can we all come together and really make this work? Because if it was easy to figure out, schools would be wildly successful and you wouldn't need a Monument Academy or some of these other schools that you've seen. I would love for that day. So yeah, I think it's a commitment that it's got to be shared ownership and commitment to continuing the work.
Thanks. I just think it's important to point out every question I asked about staff, you have responded that we're not categorizing it right or the numbers aren't right. I just want to say that the staff numbers that I've been citing come from the budget that you provided us. They come from the detail on the tab called staff. And at the end of the day, the count that I heard was that the school currently has 104 staff, and it's going down to 79. So I'm not sure where the staff are going away, but they're going away. I mean, we see it in the budget where they're going away. They're going away from teachers. They're going away from behaviorists. They're going away from mental health. They're going away from a night roving person. And all of those are directly involved in either delivering an academic program or addressing student safety issues. I mean, we've had you up here before to discuss suspension rates, and you've talked about all the steps that you're taking to reduce suspensions. This year, your suspensions are higher than they've ever been. Half of your students, 50% of your students have been suspended. And that's with a student to staff ratio of almost 1-to-1. And so we're just extremely concerned that in directions like that, it's going the wrong way this year. And now you're proposing very dramatic staff reductions across the board.
Yeah, and Scott, I hear you, and I think we may just have a good faith difference of analysis, and I really want to get at it, and I apologize again. I was traveling last week, so missed the meeting on Thursday. I really do believe that there are places where, for instance, you've said we're not going to have a sixth grade math teacher. We're going to have a sixth grade math teacher. So there's something in the information we deliver that's incorrect that's causing that. I would like to get to the bottom of it. I think mostly it's pushing back on not necessarily jumping to conclusions. And I don't want to use any of that as an excuse, but it's more so making sure that we are problem solving from the same based, but I think fundamentally we care about students being safe and being in a position to grow academically, and that's fundamentally what we're working for, and I think that's fundamentally what you all are working for, and want to continue to do that.
Thank you.
So if there aren't any additional questions, what I would propose is that our staff work with you all across this week to address whatever discrepancies there are in our understanding of the resources being put against your plans for next year, and that we better understand staffing ratios, service providers, and more generally, the plan to support the enrollment that you anticipate for next year, so that we can continue to have a conversation about what you all need, what most importantly your students need, and what our understanding is of that, and where we can be helpful, and can also, through our questioning, continue to push your own thinking on that. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Procurement, contract submission, and conflict of interest policy revisions. Katie and
Hello again. I'm here with my colleague, Janae.
I'm the school compliance associate.
So tonight, we are asking the board to vote on revisions to the procurement contract submission and conflict of interest policy. The most substantial proposed revision will require schools to submit all executed contracts over $25,000. Staff received 2 public comments regarding these revisions. There were no objections to lowering the submission threshold. However, schools did ask for additional clarity about several topics, such as computation of time and processing conflict of interest contracts. DCPCSB made several additional changes to the policy in response to this public comment.
all right. Talked a bit about this at the last meeting, so I don't know if anyone has any questions, concerns. If not, I will take a motion.
I move to approve the revisions to the procurement contract submission and conflict of interest policy.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, Naomi. All right. The last is consent calendar. As we do on almost all of our meetings, we read into record a number of non-controversial, straightforward items. Before we vote on the consent calendar, would any board member like to remove an item from the calendar for further discussion or state a recusal for the record? Okay. If not, I'll take a motion to approve all the items on the consent calendar.
Second.
Oh, I need a motion
Oh,
first.
I thought you made the motion. Sorry.
Okay.
It's getting late, sorry.
And I'm sorry, I do want to recuse myself from one item on the calendar.
Yes, thank you.
The DCPCS campus name change.
Okay. So let's remove that. I'll remove that from the consent calendar. We can vote on that separately.
I also need to recuse myself from number 25, Elsie Whitlow Stokes, on the consent, on the contracts.
Okay, let's see. All
And I'll recuse myself from the items referring to DC International.
right.
For the next meeting, we'll get clarity whether reading into the record, the list of contracts is something that's covered by recusals, because we're not voting on a policy or a school. We're just making sure that we're making public all the contracts that schools have submitted to us.
Okay.
But we'll get clarity for next time on that.
All right, so if I can get a motion to approve all items on the consent calendar, save for the KIPP charter amendment and the reading into record of the LC Whitlow Stokes and DCI contracts.
One more edit to that. I have, until we have definitive outcomes on all of the contracts that are read into record, I would remove myself from reading those into record for all of the KIPP related items.
Per our general counsel, there's no need to recuse yourselves from reading something into the record because there's no action taken.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
We will just remove the KIPP DC name change. Okay. So, a motion to approve all items on the consent calendar, save for the KIPP DC name change, which we will remove.
I move to approve all items on the consent calendar, save the KIPP DC PCS campus name change.
All right, I've got a motion. You have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, aye. Excellent. All right, so that has passed. And then we'll pull out the KIPP DCPCS campus name change. Can I get a motion to approve the KIPP DCPCS campus name change?
I move to approve the KIPP DC Public Charter School campus name change.
Got a motion, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And Naomi Shelton recused. All right. Thank you guys for working through that late night complication. All right. Any new business? Crickets. If there's no new business, we'll open the floor for public comment one last time. There's not much public left to comment, so I will take a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the May 20th, 2019 board meeting.
And can I get a second?
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone.